Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, source of all goodness, use our lawmakers today for your glory. Make them undaunted people, striving to know your will and experience your power. Lord, provide them with exactly what they need to accomplish your purposes. May they receive heaven's approval for their faithful service to you and country. Lord, transform their complex problems with solutions from your throne. We commit the work of this day to you, receiving your strength to honor your name. We pray in your glorious name. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You doing? Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Once again, I'm here to educate my colleagues about the necessity for passing the ethanol issue of E15 in this Congress. As Iowa families are going on their summer vacations and people visit or pass through my home state, we're seeing the evidence in Iowa that drivers are demanding E15 with their pocketbooks. New data from the Iowa Department of Revenue show Iowa drivers purchased 47 million gallons of E15 in May. This is a new monthly record. That puts E15 on track to be about 50% of all gasoline sales in Iowa in 2026, up from 27% last year. Drivers know that E15 delivers lower costs for families, saving them up to 40 cents per gallon. This can be hundreds of dollars per year, giving working families more money for groceries, housing, and necessities. When Iowans are allowed to make choices at the pump, more are choosing E15. The growth of E15 in Iowa shows that American consumers want this chance to save money. This is another reason why the Senate must pass year-round E15, putting $14 billion more in the pockets of farmers with increased price of corn. On a second matter, I want to talk about Caitlin Clark, a native of West Des Moines, Iowa. Caitlin Clark played basketball at the University of Iowa. She changed women's college basketball, but also inspired athletes of all ages across all sports. She plays professionally for the Indiana Fever. Since joining the professional ranks 3 years ago, Caitlin has been the subject of very unfair treatment on the basketball court, and the referees are not doing their job. Recently, she got a fist to her throat by a player, yet the refs at the time did not call a foul. I'm glad that the WNBA corrected this matter a few days later by charging a foul and suspending the player. But the unfair treatment of Caitlin and others in the WNBA has got to stop. Officials are human, but we've seen times after time where Caitlin has suffered physically beyond what you would expect in competitive professional sports with little accountability from the people that run the WNBA or from the referees. So I hope for Caitlin and for the growth of women's basketball, things improve quickly in the WNBA. Caitlin is a generational talent. Her hard work and dedication should be rewarded, not penalized. She has revolutionized WNBA. Attendance has shot up since she's been with the Indiana Fever, and income has shot up for the league and their teams. Salaries for players went from 5 figures to 6 figures, all because of her playing. So every player of all teams are better off. They should be thanking Caitlin as opposed to mistreating her on the floor. Sometime I would like to meet Caitlin Clark. I yield the floor and suggest the evidence of report.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 833.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Walter Clayton of New York to be Director.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Walter Clayton of New York to be Director of National Intelligence, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the Senate is in the middle of a busy work period, and we have a lot to accomplish in the coming weeks and months. And we have some great opportunities for bipartisan collaboration. Market structure legislation, the Lindsey Graham Sanctioning Russia Act, the National Defense Authorization Act, FISA. But at the top of the list right now is funding the government. If there's any responsibility we have as members of Congress, it is that. And our country cannot afford another shutdown like the two shutdowns we've experienced over the course of this fiscal year. Shutdowns take a toll on our economy, on our national security. They create havoc at airports. And of course, they take an incredible toll on hardworking Americans inside and outside of government whose paychecks depend on the government being open. I think a lot of Americans remember pretty clearly what things looked like during the Democrats' two record-breaking shutdowns this past year. Government workers lining up at food banks, charging essentials on credit cards and taking up any work they could find in hopes of being able to make ends meet. Government services reduced. National security agencies strained. I don't think any American who traveled will forget the effect those two shutdowns had on air travel. Hours-long TSA lines snaking, around airport concourses and out airport doors. Canceled and delayed flights. A nationwide reduction in air traffic when our air traffic control system could no longer safely maintain regular flight schedules. And the list goes on. We cannot have this again, Mr. President. And that's why I've asked Appropriations Chair Collins to draft a bipartisan and clean continuing resolution to fund the government until after the November election. And I intend for the Senate to vote on that before we head to our states to work during August. The Senate Appropriations Committee is hard at work reviewing anomalies from OMB to ensure we have a bipartisan product ready to move quickly. No one is served by our waiting until the last minute to take this up. And after all that our country has been through with the past two shutdowns, the American people deserve to have confidence that their government will be open and running. Not to mention the fact that government employees, like our own staffers and the Capitol Police officers standing guard around this building, deserve to know that their paychecks will be coming. It was not a good year on the government funding front, with two record-breaking government shutdowns. But we have an opportunity now to chart a new path. I'm encouraged that so far my Democrat colleagues have signaled that they do not want to force another government shutdown. And I appreciate Chair Collins' work to engage with Democrats and produce a bipartisan continuing resolution. No one, Mr. President, is served by another shutdown, not either political party, and most of all, not the people that we represent. So I look forward to bringing up a bipartisan CR in the coming days, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation and give the American people the certainty that they deserve. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President,
Democratic Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Donald Trump's cavalier disregard for the lives of our service members is beneath contempt and beyond despicable. In a Truth Social post yesterday, Trump seemed to brag that 18 service members had been killed in his disastrous Iran war, compared to the tens of thousands who died in Vietnam. Donald, stop treating our service members' lives like they are points on a scoreboard in your twisted game. Asked about his handling of the Iran war yesterday, Trump said, quote, "I think people are very impressed." Impressed? What kind of bubble does he live in? Every survey shows how much the American people are against this war. Americans are not impressed that Trump has botched this war from the start. Americans are not impressed when they see headlines like the one behind me right here, that the price of gasoline is back over $4 a gallon because of Trump's war. And Americans are certainly not impressed that 18 Americans have been killed and hundreds more wounded, and that Trump tried to cover it up. Donald Trump may believe that if he conceals the casualties, Americans will forget the war. But our service members are not numbers to bury. They are human beings with families who had lives. They are the sons and daughters, husbands and wives, mothers and fathers who were sent into harm's way without a strategy for bringing them home. And bring them home we must. This week, Senate Democrats will force another vote on our War Powers resolution to end this unauthorized war and get our troops out of harm's way. Every senator will have to make a choice. You cannot claim to support the troops while leave them trapped in a war with no mission and no end. You cannot call it a victory while the battlefield keeps expanding. And you cannot hide the wounded, and call it peace. Now on Air Force One, Donald Trump's corruption truly knows no limits. Apparently, it wasn't enough for Trump to charge the American people for his golden ballroom on the ground. Now he wants the taxpayers to fund his palace in the sky as well. Trump's $400 million foreign jet, the biggest gift the president has received from a foreign government ever, is anything but free. Taxpayers will have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars to outfit Trump's luxury jet with the security upgrades it needs to serve as Air Force One. I'm advancing the Presidential Airlift Security Act for immediate passage to ensure that Americans don't have to foot the bill to max out Trump's luxury jet when he already has access to a perfectly fine Air Force One. There's no way we're letting Trump charge Americans so he can fly in style while they're struggling to make ends meet. I introduced this legislation last year, but every single Republican senator voted against the bill. Senate Republicans cleared the way for Trump's Air Force One spending spree. I urge my colleagues across the aisle not to repeat the same mistake. Trump always finds a way to saddle the American people with the cost of his corruption. We have an opportunity to stop it. Will our Republican colleagues join us to make that happen? Democrats will continue to expose how the Trump administration's corruption is driving up Americans' costs every chance we get. The slush fund, exemption from taxes, what he did on his own social media and charged people for it, and now this Air Force One corruption. Every day, just about every day, there's a new story about how Trump's corruption is rampant and raises the costs of the American people. On the Election Protection Task Force, Donald Trump knows he can't defend Republicans' disastrous record, so he's attacking the midterm elections that could hold him accountable. Instead of trying to earn Americans' votes, Trump is trying to discount them. That's not going to happen, Donald. Today, Senate Democrats' Election Protection Task Force will gather for a second time to war game responses and to plan how we can counter Trump's efforts to subvert our elections. We're going to red team a number of different instances that Trump might try to subvert our election and what we will do to counter them. We are fighting to protect the right of every eligible American voter to cast a ballot, to have it counted without interference, intimidation, or obstruction. Our task force is preparing over and over again to meet the election threats we know are coming. We are bringing together top experts to identify threats to the election, to test responses, and to strengthen our defenses, because we're defending the American people's right to vote and have a free and fair election. We're preparing our responses to what they might do now so that voters can have confidence later. Trump is doing everything he can to undermine confidence in our elections because he knows just how bad of a bind he's in. The Trump administration has made life harder, more expensive for the American people. Trump knows Americans won't ignore the higher costs, the rampant corruption, the widespread chaos he's unleashed on our country, which is why he's trying to ignore their votes altogether. But this country and this election belong to the American people, not to Trump. Democrats are going to make sure it stays that way. And finally, on the Charlton Allen nomination, it's no secret the Trump administration is chock full of people who have a known history of racism, anti-Semitism, and other forms of prejudice. Trump's nominee for general counsel of the Federal Labor Relations Authority, Charlton Allen, is no exception to this. Back in 1996, Allen published a front-page article in a student newspaper, which included a cartoon depicting a Jewish candidate for student president as the devil. Allen's article explicitly highlighted the candidate's Jewish identity, parroted numerous anti-Semitic tropes. Allen also reportedly displayed homophobic signs around campus and even drew comparisons between homosexuality and bestiality. He also wrote other articles that were racist and Islamophobic. A bigot like Allen doesn't belong on the board of a student newspaper, let alone in a presidential administration. Every Senate Republican ought to be against this guy. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
Mr. President,
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Martin nomination.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the American people deserve to have more money in their own pockets. The Working Families Tax Cuts law made that happen. Republicans stopped the largest single tax increase in American history. That's what the Democrats wanted. Americans already filed their taxes this year, and working families are keeping more of what they earn. And the data proves it. More than 7.5 million Americans benefited from the no tax on tips policy that we put into place right here on this Senate floor. So today there are waiters, barbers, bartenders, tour guides, all were able to claim deductions, and it averaged over $7,100 deductions because of income on tips. More than 29 million Americans benefited from no tax on overtime. Now, these are firefighters, police officers, nurses. They're linemen and coal miners in Wyoming. They claimed an average deduction of over $3,000, all as a result of the law that the Republicans have passed. Money that once went to bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., now stays in the pockets of hardworking Americans, and that's where it belongs. Had Democrats gotten their way, taxes would have gone up by a lot. Every Democrat in this chamber voted to continue taxing tip income, overtime income. They just wanted to get a hand on people's money. Every Democrat voted to raise taxes by $4 trillion. Well, because Republicans were in the majority in the Senate and in the House, we were able to stop this Democrat price increase and tax increase. Now what we see is that extremist Democrats in governor mansions across the country, state legislatures, are trying to undermine the Working Families Tax Cuts law, and they're doing it in city halls and in state capitals. In Washington, D.C., right here, the city council tried to force hardworking Americans to pay taxes to the city. They can't force them to pay it to the federal government. Hey, the city wants the money on tips and on overtime. The City Council of Washington, D.C. refused to allow the hardworking waiters, bartenders, police officers, firefighters to keep that hard-earned money. They didn't have to pay it on federal taxes, but local taxes in D.C., D.C. City Council said, give it to us. This is a city that's soon going to get a socialist mayor, just like they have in New York City right now. And right now in 21 different states, we have far-left governors refusing to allow the tax cuts that we passed to be passed down to the state level. So Democrats in California, New York, and Minnesota, Illinois, New Jersey, North Carolina, Virginia, they continue to take away people's tip money, overtime money, so they can spend it locally. That's the states and the cities, not the people, the individuals. So just like Democrats here in Congress, the leaders of Democrat states around the country want to raise taxes, not cut them. They believe they can spend your money better than you can. They believe they make better decisions than you do. They decide, and you are the end up as a loser if you're living in one of those liberal states. Well, we know why Democrats refuse to loosen the grip on your tax dollars. Democrats want to take more money out of your pocket to give free health care to illegal immigrants. And that's what we see in so many of these states with sanctuary cities, sanctuary states. Free health care, and it's not free. People pay for it. It's taxpayers. It's people going to work every day and having their tax dollars taken to pay for health care for illegal immigrants. That seems to be part of the manifesto that the extremists of the Democrat Party are trying to slam down the throats of American taxpayers. Because we know these extremists are winning Democrat primaries all across the country. Their manifesto includes mass amnesty, open borders, elimination of immigration and custom enforcement in the country. That's what they are demanding. And it's not for the benefit of the American people. That's the agenda of the radical left. In far-left states, from California to Minnesota, we have seen their policies in action. Working families are overtaxed, and fraud is out of control. Now, Democrats are going to make life less affordable. That's what we see. That's their model. Take it to the government. They know better than we do as taxpayers. It's not what the American people want. Here's what Republicans are doing. We're protecting taxpayers. We're putting more money back in their pockets so they can decide how to spend it, how to save it, what to invest in. We're fighting the fraud, and that's what I hear about so much in Wyoming. The fraud in Democrat states that Democrats ignore, that Democrats enable. It's awful fraud. You look at it and you say, how can this continue? Just this week, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced we stopped nearly $100 million in taxpayer money from going to dead people. Going to dead people. Just yesterday, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services stopped more than $1 billion of Medicaid funding going to California and Minnesota. Why? Because of fraud and failure to comply with the regulations to make sure the money is actually not wasted, the money is spent as it's supposed to be, taking care of people who need those services, and there are people that need those services. Every time a fraudster takes $1 or $100 or $1,000 or $1 million, that's services that don't go to people that need them, desperately need them. Here in the Senate, Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa is a leader in the war on fraud. And when it comes to exposing that fraud, Senator Ernst is both a watchdog and an attack dog. She has proposed a comprehensive anti-fraud piece of legislation. Her bill cracks down on fraud. It claws back stolen money. It prosecutes the crooks and the criminals and the scammers who prey upon the taxpayers. I support what Senator Ernst is doing. I'm a co-sponsor. Her anti-fraud legislation would save taxpayers $240 billion. That's what kind of fraud is out there. Now, Senator Schumer recently said on this very floor that Democrats want to fight corruption. It's time for Democrats to prove it. Republicans are cutting taxes, we're stopping fraud. Democrats, on the other hand, are voting to raise taxes and, up until now, have been protecting the fraud. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Democratic Whip.
Mr. President, I'd like to react to the statement of my friend and colleague from Wyoming. I'm against fraud. That's it. On the record, I'm against fraud. I'm a Democrat, and I don't know where he reached this different conclusion, but I want to make it very clear. Having said that, I'm also a realist. I know that the families I represent in Illinois and across the nation are facing budgets, family budgets, which are impossible to live with. They're not only struggling paycheck to paycheck, they're watching the price of groceries go up. They know the price of gasoline goes up and down, and now it's on the upward trend because of the president's war in Iran. Utility bills in my state are up 15% this year over last year because of President Trump's energy policy, which is opposed to the sustainable, renewable sources of energy, which are the most affordable. The list goes on and on. The big, beautiful bill, which the Republicans brag about, was a bill that ended up with millions of Americans losing their health insurance because the cost of premiums had gone up too high. So I think it's just great that we have tipped income exempt from taxes and that other breaks are given to working people. I would support those any day. But the bill that created those also gave the biggest tax cuts in the history of the United States to the wealthiest people in the United States. Nothing, very little, for the families in comparison. That's the difference. I think we ought to be honest with the American people. The number one issue in this campaign is the affordability that families worry about every single week. There's an issue I'm going to address here more particularly, which gets to the heart of this as well. Mr. President, in 1983, I was elected to the House of Representatives. I was a freshman congressman and as nervous as any politician could be. I had defeated a Republican incumbent to come to the House, and I was just sure, looking over my shoulder, there was an issue, a press release, a vote that was going to do me in the next election. I was as nervous as can be. And in the midst of that situation, I had a visit from the leaders of the U.S. House of Representatives, and they said, Congressman Durbin, there's news for you which may decide your fate in the years to come. I said, what is it? Social Security is about to go broke. In 1983, we faced the possibility that we would not be able to make the promised Social Security payments to beneficiaries across America. I couldn't imagine a tougher challenge. One of the most popular programs in America, 1 out of 5 Americans on Social Security, and in 1983, it faced a situation where they couldn't make the payments promised. And so I proposed a commission to take a look at it, a bipartisan commission, and come up with changes in Social Security in 1983. Raised the retirement age, raised the amount of money paid by employers and employees into Social Security, and taxed income from Social Security for the first time. These changes were not easy. Some were controversial, but we knew we had to do it. Our goal was to buy 50 years of solvency for Social Security with the changes in 1983. You know what? It worked. It worked to the point where we just had an announcement last week by the trustees in bankruptcy that the system will make every payment promised until the end of 2032, 50 years after the 1983 changes were made. So the promise was kept, but then the problem arises. After that, the Social Security Trust Fund will not have enough money to pay the promised benefits. What does that mean? Well, go back to my notation that 1 out of 5 Americans receive Social Security, either elderly or disabled receive Social Security. Out of those, 1 out of 5 of the recipients of Social Security have no other source of income. The average Social Security check in America is about $2,400 a month. The proposal, according to the trustees, not proposal, but the announcement, according to the trustees, is that each one of those recipients will see their monthly paycheck cut between $450 and $500. So if $2,400 is the average payment and there's a cut of $400 to $500, you can imagine the impact it will have on families. They'll be making some very difficult decisions because 1 out of 5, as I mentioned, Social Security recipients have no other source of income. They depend on Social Security. What happens when those people lose $450 to $500 a month? They have to make hard decisions on prescription drugs, on paying some utility bills and not others, on groceries, what they're able to buy, if anything. So it boils down to a very terrible situation, a terrible challenge. So the obvious question from the American people, just those receiving Social Security today, as well as those that will in the future, is what is Congress going to do about it now? In 1983, you responded with 50 years of solvency by changes in policy. What's planned in the current situation where we face another dramatic situation with Social Security? And the answer is, if you look at the agenda of the United States Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives, this year we're going to do little or nothing. Little or nothing. Why is it important that we move now instead of waiting another year, 2, 3 years before we do something? It becomes more expensive and more difficult the longer you wait to fix Social Security. The sooner you do it, the easier it is. And it won't be totally easy. There'll be some changes people will like and some they won't like. But the bottom line is the longer Congress waits to act on Social Security, the more expensive it will be, the more difficult the policy choices will be. I've reached out to several of my colleagues saying, can we finally agree as Democrats and Republicans that the #1 social policy of the U.S. government, Social Security, should be a bipartisan issue that we address? Well, it turns out that 4 Republicans joined me, as well as 3 other Democrats, and we have 8 members, Democrats and Republicans, who are supporting a bill that I call the Promise Act. What is the Promise Act? Is it the solution to the problem with Social Security? No, but it is a procedure so that we can reach that solution. Here's what it says. We are going to set up a system where the Social Security Advisory Board sends us a proposed change in Social Security. That is the starting point, just the starting point, for hearings and for national discussion about where we want Social Security to go by 2032, the end of 2032. That does not presume any solution. There are many senators who've come up with ideas on what to do with Social Security, some surprising. A Republican senator from Ohio joined a Democratic senator from Massachusetts just 2 weeks ago, and they came up with a bipartisan proposal to save Social Security beyond 2032. The same thing has been offered by a senator from Vermont and other senators. They have ideas. Senator from Rhode Island, the junior senator, has a proposal as well. What I'm trying to do is not to pick the winners and losers, not to choose one plan over others, but to create a process on the floor where we actually, physically, verbally debate the issue. Trust me, Congress is not overworked. The House of Representatives taking off this week for 4 or 5 weeks of being back home for the August recess is fine. We do it every year. But before they leave, I think they should take up some procedure that says we're going to return to fix Social Security after the August recess. Same thing's true, should be true in the Senate. It's a bipartisan Senate in one respect, but the majority is on the Republican side. If they believe Social Security is important enough to make it a priority, let's put it on the legislative agenda when we return this year. Let's give peace of mind to the millions of Americans who currently live with Social Security benefits and those that work every week and every month paying into Social Security for their own retirement in the future. This is not easy, but it is doable. I was part of that process many years ago and want to be part of it again before I retire at the end of this year. So we have a bipartisan procedure. It does not assume any changes. It basically says we have to reach a point where we pass something that gives us another 50 years of solvency for Social Security. It's not too much to ask. I've seen it done. I voted for it 50 years ago, and I'm prepared to vote again if we have it. Not quite 50 years ago, it was 44 years ago. I did it, and I would do it again. It's a challenge which I think we can meet. We have the bipartisan starting point, the Promise Act. I want to see, I hope, a bipartisan vote to set up that procedure that we will return to in September or November, September, October this year, so that we get something done and give peace of mind to the people who are depending on Social Security for the future. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
The senator from Iowa.
I come to the floor again.
The Senate is
like
in a quorum
before,
call. Senator.
to discuss misleading reporting.
Senator, we're in a quorum call.
I'm sorry. I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Now can I have the floor?
Yes, sir.
I come to the floor again, once again, as I have before, to discuss misleading reporting in the New York Times. The New York Times has a global reputation. They work hard to maintain that. So I don't understand why their journalists can miss so many important facts. This time, the misleading article was written by Devlin Barrett, and a second one was written by Charlie Savage. Barrett's article discusses the White House's release of government records about an alleged scheme by China to meddle in the 2020 election. The records at issue showed that FBI personnel suppressed intelligence of that alleged Chinese interference. Barrett's article said in part, quote, Mr. Grassley and others have cited the Albany memo as evidence that FBI leaders covered up evidence that China might be taking aggressive steps to interfere with the U.S. election results in 2020 because admitting it might contradict prior testimony to Congress from then FBI Director Wray, end of quote. That is not what I said when I made those records public. That's what the FBI said 6 years ago. The Albany memo, as the New York Times called it, is actually an FBI memo. It contained information from an FBI confidential human source and was titled "By the FBI." The title is "By the FBI," and I quote that title: "Chinese government production and export of fraudulent U.S. driver's license to Chinese sympathizers in the United States in order to create 10,000s of fraudulent mail-in votes for U.S. presidential candidate Joe Biden in late August 2020," end of the FBI title. Let me emphasize what I said. The memo was an FBI memo based on an FBI confidential human source. It was not a Chuck Grassley created memo. The FBI analyst involved said the FBI memo, quote, was coordinated and disseminated in textbook fashion, end of quote, by the FBI analyst. But based on the records the FBI provided to me, the allegations weren't fully investigated at the time because the FBI decided to recall its own memo. The FBI also described the FBI's sources as competent and authentic with reporting. So, let the FBI do their job and investigate. An FBI analyst said in an email, and when I quote this email, the words "me" and "I" refer to the FBI analyst. So, quote, "Most concerning to me is stating the reporting would contradict with Director Wray's testimony. I found this troubling because it implied to me that one of the reasons we weren't putting this out is for political reasons, which goes directly against our organization's mission to remain apolitical and simply state what we know. My concern is that I think it gets dangerous if we cite potential political implications as reasons for not putting out our information," end of quote. This FBI analyst raises legitimate concerns. Is the New York Times digging into those concerns? In other words, is the New York Times journalist doing what journalists should be doing? They ought to be good investigators, get all the facts. And guess who was involved in recalling the FBI memo? That person was then Deputy Assistant Director Nikki Flores. She was also the main briefer for the fake briefing Senator Johnson and I received in August of 2020 from the now disbanded Foreign Influence Task Force. You remember that was the briefing that was used to attack the Grassley-Johnson-Biden family investigation. So I ask, is the New York Times investigating that material connection? By the way, my and Senator Johnson's investigation was based on authentic bank records, authentic Treasury records, authentic Obama administration records, and transcribed interviews. In other words, it was not Russian disinformation, as the partisan media tried and failed to argue. Here, with this FBI memo, I released records last year because the facts and evidence ought to breathe. Let the American people see what's happening on their watch. I also issued the records as support to those FBI agents and analysts who were just trying to do their job under extreme pressure from inside of the FBI. I don't know why people in the FBI care if the truth gets out, but a lot of people at the FBI get pressure not to let the truth out. And I want you to know that I'll continue to make records public because that's what the taxpayers need and deserve and expect. As I said last July about this same FBI memo, quote, one way or the other, intelligence must be fully investigated to determine whether it's true or if it's just smoke and mirrors. End of this senator's quote from last July. That's a quote, by the way, that the New York Times failed to mention. Now, turning to the Savage article from the New York Times, Charlie Savage wrote in part, quote, since President Trump returned to office last year, the senator, referring to Chuck Grassley, has released a flood of internal law enforcement files that normally would be off limits to disclosure, sometimes attributing them to whistleblowers or not saying who gave them to him, end of quote. The New York Times seems to be very obsessed with how I've obtained government records, maybe because they haven't been able to, or maybe they haven't even tried to get these records. For too many years, the executive branch, under both Republicans and Democrats, has failed to produce certain records to the Congress of the United States. The fact that the Trump administration has produced what the New York Times believes wouldn't be normally produced ought to be good news to the American people and good news to the New York Times. You see, these records are exactly the type that should be produced to Congress just as a matter of course. And the Trump administration understands that, and I thank them for their cooperation. Now, I'm still not fully satisfied. There are many more records that ought to be public. For many years, whistleblowers have been hard at work to expose those and many other records. As difficult as it may be for the partisan media to understand this, I've made public thousands of pages of records this Congress pursuant to lawful whistleblower disclosures. True whistleblowers stick their neck out just for telling the truth, and they do it no matter the risk to them. And a lot of these whistleblowers ruin themselves professionally by just doing what the law requires. So when I do get records, I owe it to the whistleblowers to make those records public. That is called congressional oversight. And it's my constitutional responsibility to get the job of congressional oversight done as the Constitution requires. This senator's work will continue. I encourage the Trump administration to continue making records public for transparency. And hopefully the New York Times will get future stories right. I yield the floor. Suggest the end.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator of Tennessee.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask permission to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
And I'd like to ask consent for the previously scheduled vote to begin now.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Benjamin M. Flowers of Ohio to be United States Circuit Judge for the 6th Circuit.
The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Glenn Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Kramer, Grassley, Haggerty, McCormick, and Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Gillibrand and Padilla. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no.
Okay.
Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Graham. Ms. Graham, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Schumer? Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Schatz? Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Blumenthal? Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Barrasso? Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Daines? Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Marino. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 46, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Michael C. Martin of Michigan to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Michigan, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Michael C. Martin of Michigan to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Michigan shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito,
Has this gone out yet?
Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Mr. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Grassley, Hirono, Johnson, Justice, Moran, Marino, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Shaheen, Thune, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Cruz, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gallego, Lujan, Murphy, Sanders, Schumer, Smith, Warren, and Wyden. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. King, Mr. King, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Deans. Mr. Deans, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Graham. Ms. Graham, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
Mrs. Blackburn? Aye. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mr. Armstrong? Aye. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Heinrich? Aye. Mr. Banks? Aye. Mr. Booker, no.
Elizabeth, just confirm.
Mr. Warner? No. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
Mr. Langford, aye.
In this vote, the yeas are 60 and the nays are 35, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will please report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Michael C. Martin of Michigan to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Michigan.
President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I am heartbroken on behalf of everybody in Hawaii and everybody across this country about the death of First Lieutenant Tyler Feehan of Ewa Beach, Hawaii, who was among those killed in Jordan this past weekend while serving our country. His courage, his dedication, his unwavering commitment to duty reflect the very best of our armed forces. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, his loved ones, and to his fellow service members. Mr. President, I ask consent that the following remarks appear in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it shouldn't be this difficult to get the State Department to follow the law. Earlier this year, when we passed a state and foreign operations appropriations bill on a bipartisan basis, we were very clear that the spending requirements in it were not suggestions. They were a matter of law. We are not asking the State Department to do us a favor and spend the money that we provided. We made a law. And yet, we are still having to fight tooth and nail with the State Department officials to get money out to the people and places around the world that are counting on the United States of America. Let's take funding for Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. For months, the administration has been withholding $600 million, which are meant to help millions of children get vaccinated against preventable diseases, including Ebola, cholera, and Mpox. And even though the Secretary has told us repeatedly, including in a hearing last month, that he will personally see to it that this money is released, it's still stuck. Why? Because people at HHS who have their own views and theories about vaccines keep blocking it. But here's the thing, this funding is in the State Department's budget. HHS has no jurisdiction here, and I want to be really clear about this. Sure, this is a jurisdictional dispute. Sure, this is a legal matter. A, this is a law, not a suggestion. B, this just doesn't go through HHS. They have no jurisdiction here. But why am I so animated about it? It's because little kids are not getting vaccinated right now. Gavi, the Global Vaccine Alliance, they come to us and they articulate to us that children across the planet are getting sick unnecessarily because they're not getting vaccinated. And what happened was, because of the COVID pandemic and the disagreement about mandatory COVID vaccines, now certain people are so brain poisoned that we think we shouldn't even prevent disease in children. And kids are dying because the United States is sitting on its butt, not dispersing money that is a matter of law. Here's another example with the Global Fund. Last week, after months of fighting to release funding, the administration finally made a $661 million contribution to the Global Fund, which will help to fight deadly epidemics like HIV/AIDS, TB, and malaria by providing medicines and strengthening health infrastructure. But even then, the administration is still withholding close to $2 billion in additional contribution, all while HIV prevention is falling, malaria is surging, and we're trying to contain multiple outbreaks globally, including Ebola. When the Congress got all animated about attacking USAID, it was because, hey, we want to help PEPFAR, we want to help Gavi, we want to help the Global Fund, we want to be the good guys around the world, but let's not do all this cultural stuff. Let's not waste all this money on superfluous stuff. And you know what's happening? They eliminated a tiny portion of the tens of billions of dollars that get pushed out every year. Tiny, and I mean, we're talking tens of millions versus tens of billions. That was like cultural stuff. And arguably progressive or left-wing. Tiny portion of it. But I want everybody to understand what they did in the process. They cut previously bipartisan priorities, and lots of people died. These are not bureaucratic mix-ups. Every day this money doesn't get to where it's supposed to go. Every contribution worth hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars that's delayed. People go hungry, people get sick, people die. And that's what's made what happened last year at USAID particularly cruel. The richest man in the world wanted to send USAID to the wood chipper. And this Congress and this Senate ratified those decisions. And yet we worked with the Secretary, and we worked with appropriators on both sides of the aisle, and we worked with the great, late Senator Lindsey Graham, may his memory be a blessing, to reestablish the principle that the United States is the good guys, and that it is not just the example of our power, but the power of our example that makes the United States the indispensable nation. We are the good guys. And when a batch of aid, medicine, or communications infrastructure, or food arrives with that little patch with the United States of America on it, people go, help is on the way. The good guys are here. And so we got through this process on the appropriations side to reestablish the principle that USAID, in its new iteration, under mostly the State Department, is still a bipartisan priority. And there are lots of people who believe that, but the State Department is not executing on these dollars. And the consequences are geopolitical, but they're also human. People are still literally dying because we're not pushing this money out. And just so you know that I don't think this is an entirely partisan question, there were Democrats, people who consider themselves Democratic strategists, who said out loud that Democrats were walking into a trap because USAID doesn't poll well. I don't care if it polls well. I am not here to have a pollster tell me that I shouldn't care that kids are getting malaria. I am not here to get talked out of the United States being the good guys because healthcare polls higher, because the cost of gasoline polls higher, I'm not deciding what to put into a 30-second spot. I'm deciding how to use the power given to me by the people of the state of Hawaii. And I think they care about whether people die unnecessarily because of the stupidity of this Congress. And I want everybody to know what's happening now, in addition to all that money being still throttled. So there were, parades and festivals and other things that were funded that ended up in a Fox News chyron that were embarrassing to USAID. And I would say about 2/3 of them were just flatly untrue, but some of them actually happened. And so the idea, I went to Lindsay, I went to Marco, I went to Mario Diaz-Balart, I went to Lois Frankel, I went to John Thune, I went to others, and I said, look, you're pushing on an open door. If the principle here is that USAID should stick to its knitting, stay in a narrow couple of lanes: foreign military financing, economic assistance, disaster response, and humanitarian assistance, and we should do nothing superfluous, pushing on an open door. If you would like USAID to be a little more aligned with the State Department and not working sort of against each other's interests, even in country, fine, you're pushing on an open door. And so that's what we tried to ratify in the last appropriations bill. But here's the crazy thing. It's not that they're not spending money on ideological projects. They've just decided to spend money on their own ideological projects. So instead of vaccinating little kids against deadly diseases, they're now spending millions of dollars to help British nonprofits, one of them recently established and now receiving $7 million from United States taxpayer dollars, to help British nonprofits report on whether free speech is being censored in London. This is how they explain the funding. Unapologetic continue to stand up for genuine democracy, freedom of expression, unapologetic celebrations of European nations' individual character and history. Just so we're all clear, they were trying to get out of the business of saving lives in order to get into the business of promoting unapologetic celebrations of European nations' individual character and history. That's what we're now paying for with our tax dollars. Here's another one. They want to send millions of dollars to protect free speech and foster dialogue in the UK, Europe, and Australia, not Equatorial Guinea or Eswatini, which despite being among the world's most repressive governments, the Trump administration is still sending tax dollars to them. They're going after our allies. Is the UK or the EU or Australia a threat to democracy? One more example. The State Department set up a $200 million fund to make private sector investments in and around Armenia. And the guy they appointed to lead it just so happens to be one of Trump's ballroom donors and has deep business ties in the region. You could have made a credible argument that USAID strayed from its central mission by supporting societal and cultural activities, that it tried to do too many things in too many places, and that actually focusing on our efforts on a few key priorities was a better strategy. But they didn't do that. They've just picked their own right-wing version of wokeness to fund with taxpayer dollars. And so we are only partially through metabolizing what has happened to foreign aid globally and in the United States. The good news is that we've reestablished a bipartisan principle that we should still be present in the world, that we should still alleviate suffering, that we should still provide economic assistance, that we should still respond to disasters, that we should still do foreign military financing, and that all of that is the right thing to do because we are the good guys, and also all of that is the right thing to do because it is way cheaper than any military engagement. And winning hearts and minds is just a hell of a lot cheaper than going to war. And so we reestablished that principle in the legislative context. But now the State Department has to start executing on what the law says. And this is not like the USAID thing where we gave them a pile of money and gave them the authority to do a bunch of grants, and then they canceled a bunch of grants and moved things around. I may have objected to that, but that was permissible. What they're doing now is not permissible. PEPFAR money is not a choice they get to make. It's a choice we already made. Gavi money is not a choice they get to make. It's a choice we already made. The Global Fund money is not a choice they get to make. It's a choice we already made. These are things in statutory law. They're not the Ford Foundation where they say, well, we've changed our grant criteria. This is a matter of federal law, and they have to follow it. I yield the floor.
Senator from Nebraska.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum calls with respect to the Pozos and Traynor nominations.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yield the floor.
President.
The Democratic leader.
Mr. President, Trump's corruption has no ceiling, and it apparently doesn't have an altitude limit either. Trump's $400 million luxury jet is the single biggest bribe an American president has ever accepted for another country in all of American history. The single biggest bribe in all of American history. And make no mistake about it, Trump's so-called palace in the sky is a boondoggle at 40,000 feet. If you thought this illegal gift was bad before, it's even worse now. We just learned that this new jet wasn't safe enough for Trump to make the return flight from the NATO summit in Turkey, a country that borders on Iran. It doesn't have the countermeasures for heat-seeking missiles and the other security equipment that it needs to keep the president safe. The rest of the Air Force One fleet had all these security features, but Trump left them in the hangar back at home. So I call on Senate Republicans to pass my Presidential Airlift Security Act so Americans don't have to pay to upgrade Trump's luxury jet when he already has access to a fleet of U.S. planes that are far safer and far less expensive to maintain. The luxury jet may have come wrapped in a bow for Donald Trump, but it came with a massive price tag for the American people. Trump is asking taxpayers to fork over an estimated $1 billion to retrofit and max out his flying palace so it can meet the security standards of the existing Air Force One fleet that, of course, we already paid for. Americans can't afford gas, can't afford groceries, can't afford the electric bill, but Trump thinks they can afford to fly him in style. Trump's luxury jet also poses a grave risk to our national security. All the experts agree, no matter how many modifications are made, or how much is spent, or how intensely it is retrofitted, there will never be 100% confidence that the plane is secure. This is not a gamble anyone should be willing to take. I introduced this legislation last year, but every single Republican senator voted against the bill. Now, with this new information, hopefully, they will see the light of what a boondoggle this is. And why do they back up Trump on every one of his boondoggles? It as plain as could be for Americans to see is a gross waste of taxpayer dollars and gross corruption. Why don't they ever stop them? Whether it's the slush fund, the ballroom, the family tax exemption deal, or this Air Force One nonsense, we see a new grift coming out of this administration every day. Where are the Republicans? Senate Republicans need to stop letting Trump off the hook for fleecing the American people. And so, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Armed Services be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 1804, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President,
The senator from Nebraska.
reserving the right to object, I would like to say a few words about Senator Schumer's legislation on the presidential airlift. This has been discussed before, and it was voted down earlier this year as part of a vote-a-rama that we participated in. Senator Schumer's legislation would prevent any funding to be used to modify a foreign aircraft for presidential airlift. We made this point during the vote-a-rama. The senator is trying to make a political point today, of course, about the VC-25 bridge aircraft, which was made in America and then owned by Qatar. Unfortunately, this legislation would also apply to a different aircraft, the Survivable Air Operations Center aircraft, or SAOC. Those aircraft were actually purchased from Korean Air. So this legislation would hamper a crucial program that ensures presidential safety in the event of a nuclear war. Thus, Senator Schumer's bill would significantly harm our United States nuclear deterrence. To be clear, the SAOC is the cornerstone of our NC-3 modernization. This is the plane that will command and control our nuclear weapons on America's worst day. We cannot play these political games with the NC-3. So with that, Mr. President, I object.
Your objection is heard. Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, Lindsey Graham, a friend, a colleague, and a tireless national security advocate. He was a true leader in strengthening our military and our country's defense, and I miss him dearly. I am so pleased that his sister Darlene now serves here in this institution. She is carrying on his legacy and honoring his commitment to the people of South Carolina and to this country. So I rise here today to, yes, pay tribute to Lindsey Graham, but to also call on my colleagues to help us carry on one of his greatest efforts, ending Putin's barbaric and unjust war against sovereign Ukraine. For more than 4 years, the Ukrainian people have shown extraordinary resilience and resolve. They have defended their homeland with courage that has inspired the world. In 2022, Putin thought he could seize eastern Ukraine in days. He thought he could drag Europe back into the dark shadow of the Soviet Union. He thought that he would be feared and respected. But he is neither strong nor powerful. He is a war criminal. Putin has made clear his intentions to push beyond Ukraine and into NATO territory. Russian drones have encroached on Polish, Finnish, Lithuanian, Latvian, Estonian, and Romanian airspace. These were deliberate provocations to test NATO's resolve. Putin seeks to push deeper into Europe to see just how far he can go before we push back. And that is why the United States and our allies must raise the stakes through tougher sanctions and a stronger United States deterrence posture along NATO's eastern flank. I commend the Polish and Dutch, German, and the Italian armed forces for their swift and also their professional response in intercepting drones that could have killed innocent civilians during these incursions. Their actions remind us that NATO's strength lies in that unity and readiness. President Trump has made clear that Europe must carry more of the burden for its own security. Poland, in particular, has answered that call, committing 5% of its GDP to defense. Other allies are stepping up as well. This is the path forward, a stronger, more capable NATO prepared to deter, but also to defeat any threat. But make no mistake on this. Putin understands only one language, and that is power. And the surest road to peace in Europe lies in NATO's strength and Ukraine's survival. Yet strength must also be economic. The Kremlin's war machine runs on money it makes from selling cheap oil and gas to countries like China and India and Brazil. Those nations, well, then they profit by turning around and reselling Russian energy at a markup. And that must end. It is long overdue for the financial enablers of Russia's atrocities to pay a price. They cannot keep fueling Putin's war and expect business as usual with us, with the United States. And that's why Congress must pass the Sanctioning Russia Act. This legislation would impose mandatory sanctions on Russia's political leadership, financial institutions, energy sector, and sanctions evasion networks. By employing targeted tariffs, this policy would pressure the world's largest purchasers of Russian energy to reduce their dependence on Moscow. This gives the president maximum flexibility to enforce these measures, ensuring both legal strength and political durability. I'm grateful to Senator Blumenthal, who worked closely with Lindsey on this important bipartisan legislation, and I'm encouraged to see him carry this effort forward. I was proud to be an early supporter of the bill, and I'm proud to support this updated version now. The Sanctioning Russia Act is the sledgehammer that we need. Decisive economic pressure that cripples Putin's lifeline, and it hastens the day that his war with Ukraine is finally going to end. Peace will not come from weakness or hesitation. It will come from strength, military, economic, and moral strength, welded together by the free nations of the world. So I ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join our broad coalition in supporting this bill. Let us carry on Lindsay's mission. Let us stand up to evil. Let us bring freedom and security to the people of Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator from North Dakota.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to highlight and ask unanimous consent to pass a resolution I introduced calling for greater action from the Canadian government to prevent and fight the almost annual wildfires that send smoke over the border, blanketing much of the United States. Over the past several days, more than 100 million people nationwide have been under air quality alerts due to the smoke from Canadian wildfires. This smoke has real impacts to the health and well-being of individuals and families. In my home state of North Dakota, this is an issue we're very familiar with. Unfortunately, over the past number of summers, we've been experiencing hazy skies from wildfires in Canada. The United States and Canada have a long-standing and close relationship based on our shared values and common interests. I know I grew up 50 miles from the border. But with that shared border between the United States and Canada, we need to manage it to the benefit of people that reside in both countries. We know that, we have water that flows up into Canada. We're always working on water quality issues and all those kinds of things. We understand that what we do here, of course, in the United States affects our friends in Canada as well. So we feel for those in Canada whose homes and communities are directly impacted by the fires. We also recognize and thank the thousands of firefighters and emergency responders who are working to combat wildfires and protect lives and personal property under dangerous conditions. But at the same time, we need responsible forest management, including hazardous fuels reduction, timber harvesting, grazing, and other forest restoration practices that help reduce the severity and frequency of catastrophic wildfires. With more than 3,640 wildfires in Canada this year alone, it's clear that more action needs to be taken to prevent and stop these fires. And in fact, in the United States, we have worked many years to help our friends in Canada battle these fires, but clearly more action needs to be taken. So the resolution I've introduced does three things. Specifically, it recognizes the significant impact that smoke from the Canadian wildfires has on the safety, health, and well-being of the American people. And it calls upon the government of Canada to take responsibility for the cross-border impact of these wildfires, including immediate efforts to extinguish the fires and prevent their reoccurrence. And finally, the resolution urges President Trump to further discuss with Canadian Prime Minister Carney the importance of extinguishing these fires and finding ways to prevent their reoccurrence. It's something that we can do together, and we should do together for the mutual benefit of both our great countries. So, with that, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 811, which is at the desk. I further ask that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, I'm going to ask pretty bluntly, what on earth are my colleagues doing here? I don't know why Republicans are focused on making a really petty and offensive statement to Canada, saying they need to do a better job of containing wildfire smoke, as if the Canadian government is letting their forests burn and its own citizens inhale wildfire smoke just to spite us. This is a joke. Maybe my colleagues across the aisle don't realize this, but Canadian firefighters cross that border to help us fight our wildfires right here all the time. And guess what? Our firefighters do the exact same when they're able. In fact, for the information of all senators, a firefighter actually just passed away who is helping us fight a wildfire in Colorado. He was from British Columbia. Now, what we don't do is pass resolutions here telling our friends and our neighbors to do a better job of handling wildfire smoke. And also, maybe somebody should alert the President and my colleagues, but wildfire smoke from the United States often makes its way into Canada. It's happening right now where wildfires are burning in Oregon and in Washington. I think what this might be really about is telling Trump that, Mr. President, look how much we agree with you. This is a waste of everybody's time. So respectfully, to my colleagues, understanding that time on the Senate floor is precious, here are my suggestions. Maybe we should pass legislation to rehire all of the red card holders that Trump fired. Those are the Forest Service employees who are trained here to help fight wildfires. Or how about we pass legislation to stop the Trump administration's so-called reorganization of the Forest Service, which would actually shutter offices across our country, including the research labs that help us study the wildfires and push out even more Forest Service employees. Or maybe instead of entertaining Trump's outrageous request for $1.5 trillion war budget, Republicans could work with us to adequately fund our needs here at home. Our Forest Service, right here in the United States, is desperately understaffed and under-resourced. Maybe my colleagues don't realize it, but Trump's chaotic funding cuts and freezes, along with the chaotic mass layoffs, have actually hurt our public lands and leave us here less prepared to prevent and respond to wildfires here at home. I remember speaking with a Forest Service ranger last year. He was a longtime dedicated employee. He was a former Marine. He served our country in more ways than one, and he did an incredible job. He literally saved people's lives on forest trails, and he fought wildfires here, and he even saved a small rural town in my state from being burnt to the ground. Know what happened to him? Trump and Doge fired him. No cause, just fired him. That was a huge loss for our state and for our country. So I do want our colleagues to get serious about wildfires. And I'll just say this. The President should actually apologize to our Canadian neighbors for the many threats and insults, and of course drop those absurd tariffs he is imposing on these wildfires. I am not holding my breath, so enough with gimmicks, Mr. President. You want to work together to prevent wildfires? My door is wide open, and I hope we can all work together to do that. But I'll tell you what I'm not going to do: insult our Canadian friends to suck up to a president who does nothing but threaten our neighbors. Thank you, Mr. President. I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, if I could, I'm wondering if my colleague heard the speech I just gave. I guess I want to repeat it because maybe she might have missed it. The United States and Canada, this is what I said. So, I mean, I can't think of a bigger mischaracterization of what I just said. And I'm not even sure why. I mean, if she wanted to come down and criticize our president, that's fine. She can do that, I guess, whenever she wants, if that's what she wants to do. But to completely mischaracterize what I said, I don't think is fair. So I'm going to reiterate what I said just a minute ago for the record. The United States and Canada have a long-standing and close relationship based on our shared values and common interest. I even referenced the fact that I grew up 50 miles from the Canadian border. I went back and forth to Canada so many times I couldn't even count. And I go on with a shared border between the United States and Canada. We want to manage it to the benefit of people residing in both countries. We feel for those in Canada whose homes and communities are directly impacted by the fires. I'm reading from the speech I just wrote that I was listening to the mischaracterization of. We also recognize and thank the thousands of firefighters and emergency responders who are working to combat wildfires and protect lives and personal property under dangerous conditions. At the same time, we need responsible forest management, including hazardous fuels reduction, timber harvesting, grazing, and other forest restoration practices that help reduce the severity and the frequency of catastrophic wildfires. With more than 3,640 wildfires in Canada this year alone, it's clear more action needs to be taken to prevent and stop these fires. That's what I'm calling for. And in the resolution itself, I make it very clear that this is something that is important to benefit both countries. So again, I think it would be, if my colleague wants to object, I understand she has that right. But I think it's unfair to characterize that other than I am saying we need more action on these wildfires. Now, if she feels we don't need more action on these wildfires, it's just fine, okay. But she shouldn't misrepresent what I'm trying to do, which is call attention to the fact that we need more work done so we can avoid these wildfires in the future, and that is something that is mutually beneficial for both of our nations. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor to my colleague, good senator from Ohio.
If the senator would just let me respond quickly before you pass it on. I just, Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, let me just say to my friend, and he is a friend, and I do hear his quiet, calm tone. I appreciate it. It's not something we all often hear here. But I will say this, it's in the words that you hear from this resolution, if you are a Canadian, is that we are insulting them by saying you're not trying to fight your forest fires. And I will tell you this, I am working my tail off to help us fight our wildfires. Our Canadian friends are as well. And I think in this very heightened time, when I know I don't live far from the border either, we have a lot of trade with our Canadian friends, we go back and forth, they feel very insulted by a lot that's going on. So I think this adds fuel to that fire. And so what I say to my friend, let's work on our country, making sure that we are fighting our forest fires, which I outlined in my response to you, of some of the things we can do. And I believe that our Canadian friends are doing the same. But that is why I object at this time. Thank you.
And colleague from Washington, we work together on many things, important things. I appreciate that. I think we both come from border states and recognize the importance of this incredible bond and relationship that we have with our friends in Canada. And I want to make clear that I have tremendous respect, appreciation, and admiration for our friends and allies, and that this is about working together for mutual benefit. And with that, I would yield to my good friend and colleague from the state of Ohio.
Mr. President.
The senator from Ohio.
Very briefly, let me just make a couple things clear. This resolution isn't about insulting Canadians. This resolution is about calling out inept leaders in Canada. I have total and complete respect for the people of Canada. Unfortunately, they're victimized by terrible leaders. And to just turn a blind eye to the fact that they just dumped, Mr. President, in your state, in my state, the equivalent of a year's worth of auto pollution in America on the Midwest, and pretend that it isn't man-made. They don't have centralized response. This idea that they helped us is totally false. They charge us to come to the U.S. to help put out our forest fires that, by the way, are also created by ineptitude in Washington, Oregon, and California. And then when our firefighters ask to go to Canada to help them, they prevent them from coming in. So this is completely a man-made disaster, but it's not made by the people of Canada. It's made by the leaders of Canada. And shame on them, and shame on anybody apologizing for what they're doing to the people of our states.
Is on the nomination. Was there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Crapo. Yes. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville,
You're funny. You're funny. Huh?
Mr. Van Hollen,
What's my address?
Mr. Warner,
Because it didn't come to mind. But I'm sorry, I never even. I did not.
Mr. Warnock,
No.
Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Curtis, Ernst, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kane, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Marino, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Slotkin, Sullivan, Tuberville, Whitehouse, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Rochester, Duckworth, Kelly, Kim, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, and Schiff. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Graham, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Deans, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Welch, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 62, the nays are 36. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Antonio M. Pozos of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Antonio M. Pozos of Pennsylvania to be the United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Thanks.
Do you go to the race every year? No.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester. Thank you. Thanks. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Thank you. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Graham, Lankford, Lummis, McCormick, Moran, Paul, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Hirono, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murray, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Slatkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Schatz? No. Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Ricketts? Aye. Not yet. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no.
Okay, John, Curtis, Bernie.
I was saying that.
Yeah, you ain't read this.
That's what's clear.
Yeah, I should say it better than that, but you ain't read this yet. What's only thing's clear?
It's exactly clear.
Yeah.
That's what you can do.
Crystal clear. Exactly.
Black and white, no ifs, ands, or buts.
My gosh, man.
Don't make me choose between crypto.
Yeah, I'm not. How about you? Just your constituents.
Sure. It doesn't matter. They have weak feelings.
They do. That's why I said what I said at the beginning. I said it twice. Emotionally committed to something.
Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Booker, no.
Mr. Durbin, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 44. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Antonio M. Pozos of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania.
President.
I recognize the Minority Leader.
Beginning a series of senators who will be speaking about Haiti and TPS. Mr. President, the Haitian community is woven into the fabric of our great American family. But Donald Trump is trying to tear it apart by terminating Haiti's temporary protected status. As someone who takes great pride in representing the state that is home to the largest Haitian population in the country, I know just how important the Haitian community is to the American economy, to culture, to society, but unfortunately, Donald Trump clearly doesn't. Trump has vilified Haitians with his bigoted attacks and stereotypes over and over again. Now Trump is trying to force Haitians who are here legally to return to the dangerous conditions they fled in Haiti. Let's be clear. Revoking Haitians' temporary protected status will not only hurt them, it hurts our entire country. In New York, you can't go into a hospital, a nursing home, or a clinic without seeing scores of dedicated healthcare professionals who are fiercely proud of their Haitian heritage. That's true in cities and towns throughout the country. We've heard warnings that if Trump expels our Haitian TPS holders, it will strain our health system, create a gap in caregiving workforce that will be difficult to fill. These people are our friends, they're our neighbors. They take care of the elderly and people with disabilities. They're entrepreneurs and small business owners. They work hard, they pay taxes. And let's not forget that Haitian TPS holders add nearly $6 billion to the U.S. economy each year. Ending TPS doesn't fix our broken immigration system. It only makes things worse. It's cruel, it's counterproductive. Sending 300,000 people to Haiti with little or no support will further destabilize an already severe humanitarian and security crisis on our country's doorstep. I urge all of my colleagues to support our legislation and preserve Haitians' TPS status. I'll keep fighting for Haitian Americans in New York and beyond, anytime, any place. Yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to underscore the critical importance of maintaining temporary protected status, or TPS, for Haiti. TPS allows nationals from designated countries facing ongoing armed conflict, environmental disasters, or extraordinary conditions to live, to work legally in the United States until it is safe to return to their homelands. First of all, I would like to thank my colleague, Senator Lisa Blunt Rochester from Delaware, for leading this effort in the United States Senate. Thank you. I want to thank the Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, for his statements today, which is basically reflecting the views of millions of Americans who are outraged at what is transpiring and affecting dramatically the Haitian community in the United States. And I would really like to thank Massachusetts Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley for leading the successful effort in the House of Representatives to extend Haiti's TPS designation. And I am also thankful to Congresswoman Pressley for her partnership, not only today, but in her years-long fight to advocate for our Haitian and Haitian American communities. In January of this year, we co-hosted a field hearing in Massachusetts to hear from Haitian TPS holders, business and union leaders, and advocates about the importance of Haiti TPS. And in April, alongside Senator Van Hollen and Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz, we led an amicus brief in the Supreme Court on behalf of over 180 members of Congress in support of Haiti and Syria TPS. But last month, the Supreme Court delivered a devastating ruling in the case. The far-right justices greenlit the Trump administration's unlawful, racist termination for TPS for Haiti and for Syria. The court failed a test of morality. It slammed the doors of justice in the face of more than 1 million TPS holders, including 45,000 Haitian TPS holders in Massachusetts. It is an outrage. It is a travesty. And for years, Donald Trump has demonized and attacked Haitian TPS holders. Trump has spewed racist, cruel lies about Haitians. We know that Trump does not want to make America great again. Trump wants to make America hate again. That's what these policies represent, to make America white again. And to do so, he is terminating the critical TPS protections that nearly hundreds of thousands of Haitians rely on. The Trump administration plans to force Haitian TPS holders to return to dangerous and life-threatening conditions. But Haiti continues to confront overlapping crises: political instability, widespread violence, and a humanitarian emergency that has strained every single facet of daily life. In the wake of Hurricane Matthew in September of 2016, I traveled to Haiti to deliver relief goods and meet with aid providers, even amidst devastation. The resilience of the Haitian people was palpable. At the time, the country was still battling the cholera epidemic, caused by the UN peacekeepers after a devastating 2010 earthquake that killed thousands and thousands and thousands of Haitians. Haiti faced this crisis without sufficient international support, and ultimately, I led the effort to get the United Nations to apologize to Haiti for what the UN had done to that country. And finally, the United Nations did that. I came away from that trip knowing that Haiti would continue to hurt and that the United States should do everything in its power to help the Haitian people. Sadly, Haiti is still hurting. Haiti's security crisis is eroding the promise and future of an entire nation. Armed groups now exert control over much of Port-au-Prince. Kidnappings, targeted violence, blockades have made it difficult for people to reach hospitals, attend school, access basic services. And at the same time, natural disasters, including earthquakes, hurricanes, and recurrent flooding, have further damaged infrastructure that was already stretched to its limit. And together, these forces have left millions without certainty or without security. It is clear that Haitian TPS holders cannot return home safely. And yet, the State Department currently advises American citizens against traveling to Haiti because of the dangers and instability. And that's utter hypocrisy. You can't tell Americans it's too dangerous to go to Haiti and then say that you're going to tell 350,000 Haitians they've got to go back to a place that's too dangerous for any American to go and visit. It's protected status. It's protecting them against that which is too dangerous. Instead of meeting this undeniable humanitarian catastrophe with compassion, the Trump administration has chosen to compound the trauma. And this brings us to the dangerous and politically cruel reality that Haitian TPS holders face today in our country. For families with children born here, American children, it may mean a choice that no parent should ever be forced to make, tearing their family apart or taking a child who has never stepped foot outside of the United States into danger in a country that child has never lived in, that the State Department is telling every American it's too dangerous to go to. But parents may have to take children into that situation. Imagine a mother or father sitting at their kitchen table tonight looking across at their child and trying to decide if that child has a better chance of survival returning to Haiti, a country consumed by violence, or staying in the United States, separated from the loving care of their parents. If we do not act, this is the brutal reality of family separation that will play out in thousands of homes across this country. Families are being forced to endure agonizing, impossible calculations. And we cannot stand by while hundreds of thousands of Haitians who have lived and worked and built lives in the United States are suddenly staring into an abyss of uncertainty. And what of the daily life for those who will remain? The moment these protections lapse, TPS holders who have been here legally for years, working, paying taxes, raising families, will stare down the looming threat of detention and deportation. That's what the Trump administration wants, to give ICE agents more work to do on our streets, to give its private army the authority to arrest 1 million more people to meet racist, cruel quotas, and no one should have to live through that constant fear of a sudden knock on the door or the panic of a random traffic stop. To strip Haitians of their status of protection that we have given them because of the catastrophic conditions that still exist in Haiti is to strip them of their agencies, of their safety, of their peace of mind. Haitian TPS holders are Massachusetts. They are the United States. They're hardworking, they're kind, they're resilient, they're strong in the face of adversity, and deeply committed to the communities in which they live, whether it's Mattapan or Brockton or Malden. And the same thing is true for all across our country. A Haitian TPS holder is a friend and a home health aide who has taken care of grandma or grandpa for years. A Haitian TPS holder is a co-worker and a construction worker who has helped build homes in our neighborhoods. A Haitian TPS holder is a neighbor and a small business owner on Blue Hill Avenue who helps support the livelihoods of others. Haitian TPS holders are essential workers. They're nurses, they're home health aides, educators, grocery store workers. They keep us safe, they keep us fed, they keep us healthy. They have followed the rules, they have committed no crimes at all, and yet they are now being told they're going to be sent home. And these are the same people who have made our seniors smile. They've been in homes all across our country. Homes taking care of our loved ones. Hospitals taking care of our loved ones. That's who they are. They've protected our babies. They've soothed our sick. They are us. We have a moral duty to protect TPS holders and provide them with protections and a permanent pathway to citizenship. Let's help them make America home. For generations, Massachusetts has been shaped by our immigrant communities. It was one of our own, Congressman Joe Moakley, who served one of the architects of the TPS statute and who understood both the moral clarity and the practical necessity of providing refuge in times of crises. In defending his provision for TPS protection on the House of Representatives floor in 1990, Congressman Moakley emphasized our, quote, deep moral obligation to protect innocent victims fleeing violence abroad. His words remain as urgent and relevant today as they were when he spoke them. Protecting the vulnerable is not a political choice. It is a moral duty. Congresswoman Presley's success in passing the Haiti TPS bill in the House of Representatives is an inspiration. And now the Senate must pass the bill, which I introduced alongside Senator Blunt Rochester, to designate Haiti for TPS until after the next presidential election. I have called on every recent administration to designate, extend, and redesignate TPS for Haiti. I have also supported legislation to provide legal pathway to residency for TPS holders. I will keep supporting this community. The narrative of TPS holders in the United States is a story of resilience, of hope, and of an enduring spirit. And despite facing adversity, TPS holders have continued to contribute to build lives and set down roots. Haiti TPS holders deserve our full protection. We cannot turn our backs on them now. That is the choice which we have to confront right now. And again, I thank Senator Blunt Rochester for her leadership on this issue as well. And if you would like to be recognized now, or I will make the motion right now, and then we will continue the debate. So, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar item number 374, H.R. 1689. Further, I ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and motion to reconsider be considered and made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? I recognize the senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. Mr. President, I object to this legislation, which once again would extend Haitian temporary protected status. Washington has invented a new definition of temporary. It means permanent. Haitian TPS was supposed to be just 18 months when it began in 2010. 16 years later, 350,000 Haitians are still here. Today, after the Supreme Court cleared the way for President Trump to end TPS and send them home, Democrats are trying to change the law to keep the 350,000 Haitians here permanently. Not on my watch. I rise today to block the bill and also do something else, to make clear that those supporting this bill have a message for the American people. Your vote doesn't matter. Your community doesn't matter. Your livelihood doesn't matter. They're trying to use Washington's oldest immigration trick, call it temporary, extend it forever, and cash in on a new voter base. The American people voted to end this scam. Washington Democrats are voting to keep it alive and remind you who they think is really in charge. Here's the truth Democrats won't say out loud. They never, ever plan to end any of these programs. They call them temporary to get them started. Then they manufacture an excuse for every extension. Another year, another election, another deadline ignored. By the time the public notices, temporary status has become permanent residency in everything but name. Democrats can use this scam to build a new political constituency, a new voter base. Haiti was first designated for temporary protected status following the 2010 earthquake. The designation was supposed to last for 18 months. It has now lasted 16 years. Yet, we're still being told that this is a temporary program. In Washington, temporary apparently means forever. A child born when Haitian TPS begun is nearly old enough to vote or sponsor their family for green cards now. That's how long Washington has been calling this program temporary for the Haitians who are here. TPS was created for emergencies. Democrats turned it into a one-way racket towards permanent mass migration. Here's how the racket works. An emergency creates temporary status. Then the emergency passes, but the status stays. The deadline arrives, but Washington extends it. The voters demand enforcement, but Democrats refuse. Every click moves towards permanence. None moves back towards the law. That is the TPS racket. Democrats have decided that mass migration must continue and that no president chosen by the American people, who ran on this issue, by the way, will ever be permitted to end it. That's the real purpose of the bill. Its supporters will wrap this bill in language of compassion, but they never seem to have any compassion for the American worker, competing against an ever-expanding cheap labor supply. They have no compassion for families priced out of housing, workers whose wages are undercut, schools punished and pushed beyond capacity, or communities forced to absorb decisions Washington made for them that they voted against. Their compassion always flows outward, but the bill always arrives on your doorstep. America is not a global refugee camp. America is not a get-rich scheme for the third world. America is our home. And when house guests become squatters, you don't delay enforcement. You call the sheriff and you send them home. That's exactly what we must do here today. If Democrats want 350,000 Haitians to stay permanently, they should say it plainly. Introduce a bill. Put your name on it. Vote for the permanent status. Then explain that vote to the American people. Quit with the games. But stop calling permanent immigration temporary. The voters are not stupid, and they already made their choice. The voters demanded enforcement. President Trump is delivering on that, but Democrats are fighting to keep the same old scam alive. Mr. President, I have the power to stop this nonsense bill, and I'm going to use it. That's why I'm here today. So I object to the bill, which would keep 350,000 Haitians here permanently. I object to changing temporary to permanent. I object to flooding American communities with cheap foreign labor. I object to treating foreigners as the priority and Americans as the afterthought. I object to mass migration. Temporary must mean temporary, and elections have consequences. Therefore, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the objection we just heard is exactly why this law to protect Haiti, TPS, is necessary. And I'm incredibly disappointed in my Republican colleagues for turning their backs on the Haitian TPS community in this dire time. TPS represents America's longstanding commitment to serve as a beacon of hope and refuge for the vulnerable. To honor and to protect Haitian TPS holders is a moral duty. It is also an acknowledgement of the immense contributions TPS holders make to our families, to our neighborhoods. And for years, TPS holders have reliably, patiently, and emphatically offered stability and dignity and security to so many. The senator from Missouri said the key word is temporary. No, the key word is protection. The duration of how long it should be extended to give people protection is what we're debating here today. And if the State Department says it's too dangerous for Americans to go to Haiti, then Haitians who are given TPS protections are also living with a danger that is too great for them and their families to be returned to a State Department designated country too dangerous to visit. They only ask for something that is just so clear, so decent, so obvious, just the stability of preserving their status, the dignity to live without fear, the security of not being returned to danger. It is the least we owe to them, but this fight to protect Haiti and its TPS protections is not over. To the families lying awake tonight, afraid of what comes next, we will continue to fight for you. To the children asking if their parents will be here in the morning, we will continue to fight for you. To every person who did everything right, who followed the rules, who believed in the promise of America, we will continue to fight for you. We are not done. This administration and Senate Republicans cannot take away your humanity, your dignity, your future. We are going to continue to fight, and it's my honor to be able to partner with the great senator from Delaware, my partner in this effort, the great Senator Lisa Blunt Rochester.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Delaware.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me begin by thanking Senator Ed Markey for your leadership, for your compassion, for your brilliance on this issue, as well as the great Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, who we are proud to have in the room today. You know, the state of Massachusetts is such a powerful state for freedom, justice, and liberty. You embody the ideals that we were sent here to fight for. And so I, too, am disappointed in our colleagues' objection. I think what we proposed here, that Congresswoman Pressley was able to pass in the House on a bipartisan, she got it done. She was doing what we need to get done here in the Senate. And what we wanted to do was clear and simple. We wanted a bill that would extend temporary protected status for Haitian immigrants. Why is that so important? TPS is a designation the Department of Homeland Security can give to a foreign country to indicate that it's unsafe for its citizens to return home. Home. They weren't fleeing here because they don't want to be home. It's unsafe. And there are many reasons that a country could receive this designation. Ongoing conflicts like a civil war or gang violence, a natural disaster like a hurricane or an earthquake, or temporary conditions like civil unrest. Unfortunately, at this time, Haiti meets all three requirements. Yet the Trump administration, with the help of the Supreme Court decision, as well as colleagues here, has decided to terminate TPS status for Haiti. This policy decision is driven by cruelty and xenophobia. And it has real consequences. The decision to uproot your entire life and start again in a different country isn't something someone takes lightly. The reality for many Haitians is this: decades of corrupt governance was ended by a political assassination 5 years ago. The country has been in political turmoil ever since. Daily life is characterized by civil unrest, violence, kidnappings by armed gangs. On top of that, earthquakes and hurricanes have left the country with limited access to health care, food, and public services. There are real, tangible reasons that 350,000 Haitians have fled to the United States for a pursuit of a better life. Real reasons, reasons that your own families could not withstand. In my home state of Delaware, this is deeply personal. Delaware is called a state of neighbors. And over 5,000 of those neighbors are Haitian immigrants with TPS status. And at this moment, they are scared. They are terrified that they will lose their status and be unable to work and ultimately deported back to Haiti. Families are worried that they won't be able to make ends meet, or worse, be forcibly deported from a country they have grown to call home. These are real people with a real stake in the decisions that we make here in this body. People like Marie, who came to Delaware with her family when she was 12. Her memories of growing up are full of Sundays spent at church, going to Mass in the morning, spending the day with her family at the pastor's house, and then going back to afternoon service. Now an adult, Marie became one of the very first Haitian realtors in our state, where she helps families buy their first homes, establish roots, and get one step closer to the American dream. Or people like Anne. She received a deportation letter last April. everyone in her family received the letter, including her 1-year-old niece. Her 1-year-old niece. Anne and her family fled to Delaware after a gang war broke out in Haiti following the assassination of the president in 2021. Receiving deportation letters left them depressed and scared. They were sent into a tailspin and faced a devastating choice. Do you stay here illegally? They don't want to do that. Do you stay here illegally? Do you try to figure it out and go back to a country with danger and chaos with a small child? Or do you flee? As I said before, Delaware is a state of neighbors, and we are losing neighbors. Anne and her entire family have fled. Now, if the moral imperative doesn't convince you, I'll try the economic. Hundreds of thousands of Haitian TPS recipients are in our workforce. These are good, hardworking people. They work in healthcare, in agriculture. They are small business owners, realtors, pastors, and more. They are necessary contributors to our economy. They provide over $800 million in taxes every year and generate over $5.9 billion for our economy. The loss of Haitian TPS workforce would impact and cause harm to multiple industries, from the ag sector to education to healthcare, including nursing homes, hospitals, and senior centers. My office has already heard reports from private employers who are being forced to let these employees go, whose authorizations are tied to TPS. Today, we had a chance to set things right. We had a chance to extend these protections to our Haitian neighbors. We had a chance to do the right thing. But I'm here to tell you, yes, elections have consequences, and people are watching. And we're not giving up. Thank you to all of the individuals who are supporting these families. Thank you to our staffs who are receiving the phone calls. Thank you to the pastors who are praying. Thank you to all who are fighting for our neighbors. As I said, we won't give up, and I yield back.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank my colleagues, Senator Markey, Senator Blunt Rochester, for bringing this motion to the floor. I do want to thank Congresswoman Presley, who I know had to leave the floor, for her leadership in the House. And like my colleagues, I'm extremely disappointed that Republican senators today blocked our ability to move forward and have a vote on this matter and pass this very important matter, which is to extend temporary protective status for Haiti. As my colleagues have said, temporary protective status, TPS, was established decades ago with bipartisan support because Congress understood then a very basic truth. When people cannot safely return to their countries of origin, we do not put their lives at risk by forcing them to go back. That is the essence of the protection in TPS. And that principle is worth defending today. For years, hundreds of thousands of Haitians have lived and worked legally in the United States of America under TPS. They built their lives here. They have paid taxes here, including Social Security taxes. They've started small businesses here. They are our neighbors, our friends, our colleagues. They're our community members. They're deeply rooted in communities all over the country, including in my state of Maryland. Some have lived here for decades, again, legally with this status. To rip all of that away while the danger in Haiti persists is wrong, and it's cruel. and it does not align with the values that the United States claims to stand for. And yet that is exactly what the Trump administration is doing, and sadly, it's what our Republican Senate colleagues just did in their motion. And I do want to underscore what Senator Blunt Rochester and Senator Markey have said. They may be able to block it today in the United States Senate, but we will keep working on this matter because it is a matter of important American principles. You know, last year, the administration moved to terminate Haiti's TPS designation, and that action was challenged in court. And the federal courts temporarily blocked that termination. Then it went to the Supreme Court. And on a devastating 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court reversed the lower courts and sided with the Trump administration. It was another, in my view, very bad decision from this Supreme Court that will have very harmful consequences for the Haitian community, but really for all of our communities. Because now TPS holders face imminent loss of their legal status and of their work authorizations, the latter which is slated to happen as soon as the end of this week. So let's be clear about what that means. Let's just be clear about the harm that we are forcing these individuals to face. It means hundreds of thousands of our community members who followed the rules, worked legally, paid taxes, and built lives in this country will lose their ability to work legally and be forced to return to a country where it is not safe to return. That's the reality right now. Anyone following the situation in Haiti knows it remains very dangerous. Indeed, as my colleagues have said, the State Department continues to warn Americans not to travel to Haiti because of crime, kidnapping, terrorism, unrest, and other factors. The country remains under a state of emergency, and the United States government has extremely limited ability to provide any emergency assistance, even to our own citizens who are there now. And the humanitarian situation there continues to deteriorate. When you're evaluating whether it's safe to force anybody back to their country of origin, we're supposed to look at whether the situation is getting better or worse. It's getting worse over a long period of time in Haiti. And while there's some small signs of hope right now, the reality is it's a very, very dangerous place. In fact, 1.5 million people have been displaced from their homes. More than half the population needs humanitarian assistance. More than 5.8 million people are expected to face hunger this year. Meanwhile, armed gangs continue to control large parts of Port-au-Prince and other parts of the country. A lot of these gangs are responsible for killings, kidnappings, sexual violence, and forced displacement of entire communities. And yet, by the decision the Republican senator who took to the floor blocking this action, you're forcing people who've been members of our community for a long time, again, working here legally, forcing them back into imminent danger and harm. You know, we shouldn't be doing this, colleagues. We should not be forcing anybody back into a situation of imminent harm, especially people who have been here and working legally and playing by all of the rules. And now we're changing the rules on them midstream because what had been a bipartisan law, the Temporary Protective Status Program, is now having the protective status part of it ripped out by our colleagues. So this is really part of the Trump administration's mass deportation strategy. You know, the president told Americans that they were going to go after the worst of the worst. You know, we had a vote on this floor weeks back, and I think it was a unanimous vote that folks who have committed crimes, people who are dangerous to our communities, yeah, the worst of the worst should be essentially held accountable and deported. But folks under TPS, these are people who are working legally in our country. These are people paying taxes. These are not the worst of the worst. In fact, they have to check in every single year and make sure that they continue to meet the requirements of the law. And yet, these are the people that the president and our Republican colleagues seek to uproot and send into certain danger. Sadly, the Supreme Court, the Trump-stacked Supreme Court, went along with these decisions, but we have a chance in this body to fix that. And that was what we tried to do today with Senator Markey's motion. Again, it was blocked by our Republican colleagues, but this will not be the end of this debate. It will not be the end of this discussion, because the essence of TPS was, at least at one time in our country, a bipartisan effort. On a bipartisan basis, we agreed that it was wrong to send people back to their home country if they face certain danger. And that is why we allowed these individuals to stay here. And many of them have made really successful lives here in our communities, working again, legally paying taxes. And so it's a very sad day when what once was a bipartisan consensus to stand by important principles that have made this country stronger are shredded by this White House, and where we now have a rubber stamp Congress to go along with the Trump administration's mass deportation agenda. So I regret the action that was taken today. I again thank my colleague, Senator Markey, for his efforts, and we will keep at it together. And I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 11 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, we've all received that email from a wealthy Nigerian prince asking us to wire him some money with promises that he will return the favor with a huge reward as soon as he can access his fortune. Or we've gotten that phone call from an unknown number claiming to be the IRS, warning that an arrest warrant will be issued if we don't immediately pay off our outstanding tax debt. And of course, everyone's been told that our extended vehicle warranty is about to expire unless we renew immediately. Folks, we all know these are scams and aren't being fooled. Yet somehow, government bureaucrats are being bamboozled by even less sophisticated schemes. Except they're not giving out access to their own bank accounts, but rather to taxpayer dollars and the U.S. Treasury. So, folks, I'm not making this up. A Nigerian socialite actually submitted more than 100 fraudulent applications for unemployment and disability assistance that were approved. He finagled more than $1.3 million of U.S. taxpayer money in this scheme. Some of the funds were intended to provide daycare services for disabled children, but he instead spent the money constructing a luxury resort and nightclub in Nigeria. This Nigerian prince of fraud was outdone by California prison inmates who collected about $1 billion in unemployment benefits using names like John Doe, John Adams, and, quote, poopy britches while serving time behind bars. Other con artists successfully applied for COVID cash during the pandemic using the names of well-known celebrities and fictional characters like Charlie Brown and Nancy Drew. Taxpayer dollars have even been handed out to phony businesses with such obviously made-up names that are so outrageous no one could possibly believe they were real, such as Satanic Lives Matter, and others that are so tasteless I can't even say them. Others uploaded pictures of doll faces to, quote, verify their identities on applications for government assistance, and were still approved. Too often, the bilking is being done by the very bureaucrats overseeing the benefits. Over the years, I've documented countless examples of government employees caught with their hands in the cookie jar, embezzling millions of dollars and abusing their positions for personal gain. As a veteran, one particular example that really makes my blood boil involves a service representative for the Department of Veterans Affairs who was shaking down disabled veterans for bribes to, quote, grease the wheels to speed up the approval of backlogged claims. A $3,385 kickback paid to him via Venmo was listed on the memo line as, quote, crooked shit. I apologize for my language. But that's what the Venmo actually said. We had to modify our chart today. So a VA representative was shaking down disabled veterans. This actually happened. That representative was caught and is being held responsible for shaking down our disabled veterans. The problem in most of these cases is the money is going out the door before verifying if the recipient is legitimate. If fraud is later detected, then the government has to decide if it's worth trying to recover the stolen money. This pay and chase system makes it way too easy for scammers to take the money and run. It's like giving the cash advance and your bank routing number to the Nigerian prince who promised you a financial reward for your help, only to realize later you've been ripped off. Good luck getting any of your money back. It's the grift that keeps giving. As a result, fraudsters are getting away with stealing more than $1.4 billion in taxpayer money every single day. Every single day, folks, $1.4 billion our fraudsters are making off with. If grift was a government agency, the Department of Fraud would be the 5th largest. The $521 billion going to fraud every year exceeds the individual annual budgets of the Departments of Veterans Affairs, Agriculture, Transportation, Homeland Security, State, and Justice. That's right, folks. Fraudsters are being better taken care of than our veterans and our farmers. While hardworking Americans are struggling to make ends meet, fraudsters are living large on the loot that they are taking from the Treasury. Government grift and graft are endless, and so are the excuses for not stopping it, but the public's patience isn't. So who is responsible for allowing fraud to continue? Folks, the buck stopped right here with Congress. Congress decides how much of your paycheck must be sent to Washington and writes the laws determining exactly how every one of those dollars is spent. But the haste to spend trillions of tax dollars as quickly as possible is resulting in outrageous amounts of waste, fraud, and abuse. From fake child care centers in Minnesota to convicts collecting unemployment checks, fraudsters are blatantly getting away with treating the National Treasury like their own personal piggy bank. At the request of Majority Leader Thune, I've compiled a comprehensive package of proposals put forth by our Senate colleagues on both sides of the aisle to end fraud once and for all. Specifically, my Protecting American Taxpayer Act will stop handing out quick cash with no questions asked, trigger automatic investigations when there are sudden and suspicious spikes in payment claims, ban convicted fraudsters from receiving taxpayer dollars, take back the money that was already stolen, and send scammers to the slammer. If enacted, this bill would save $240 billion. The choice is quite simple. Give this money to fraudsters or return it to the taxpayers. The bill is now before the Senate, and every day we delay passing it, grifters are getting away with stealing another $1.4 billion. And allowing that to continue is the greatest fraud of all. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Indiana.
Mr. President, I rise today as the son of a small business owner. I rise as someone who has seen how hard an entrepreneur must work to get an idea off the ground, to build a business, to keep it solvent, to work year after year through ups and downs to make sure they can put enough food on the table for one's family and all one's employees' families. And I rise today in support of Senator Ernst's Protecting American Taxpayers Act. You see, as chair of the Senate Commerce Committee, Senate Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship, a committee on which I proudly serve, Senator Ernst really has been relentlessly focused and a tireless advocate for combating fraud and ensuring that taxpayer dollars are spent responsibly. So I want to thank Senator Ernst for her good work on this important legislation and her ongoing efforts to shine a spotlight on waste, fraud, and abuse. And I'm especially proud that in this package is found my Assisting Small Businesses Not Fraudsters Act. You see, over 1.2 million Hoosiers are employed by small businesses. They are, as you look across our nation, small businesses are the backbone of our modern economy. In fact, the way to grow an economy is to figure out how to get more people to start businesses and to grow those small businesses into larger businesses. Our federal small business programs exist for that purpose, to help hardworking entrepreneurs grow their businesses, to create more jobs. They don't exist to reward those who have defrauded taxpayers. That's not why they exist. And unfortunately, during the COVID pandemic, some individuals exploited emergency Small Business Administration relief programs for personal gain. Their actions diverted resources away from legitimate small businesses in Indiana and across the country, and they undermine confidence in these important programs. They undermine confidence in government at a time when confidence is already low. So the principle behind my bill is quite simple. If someone is convicted of defrauding the Small Business Administration through certain COVID-era loan or grant programs, then that individual should not be eligible to receive future financial assistance from the Small Business Administration. It's that simple. They should not be eligible if they're a fraudster. Likewise, businesses controlled by those who are convicted shouldn't be eligible for future SBA assistance. This is the essence of the Assisting Small Businesses Not Fraudsters Act. It should not be, I would imagine it is not controversial. This is something everyone should enthusiastically support. And I would add that this bill only applies after a criminal conviction to ensure due process. Honest, hardworking entrepreneurs and small business owners shouldn't have to compete with convicted fraudsters for federal opportunities. Every taxpayer dollar lost to fraud is a dollar that cannot help legitimate small businesses expand, hire workers, or invest in its future. Chair Ernst's Protecting American Taxpayers Act advances that same goal across government by strengthening accountability, protecting taxpayer dollars, and ensuring federal programs work as intended. So I urge all of my colleagues to support this package and my Assisting Small Businesses Not Fraudsters Act. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
I'd note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, Just 2 years ago,
I'm sorry, Senator, we're in a quorum call.
I asked to initiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, just 2 years ago, we were a land of open borders. Crime was surging across the country, and fraud was rampant. But today the borders are secure. Crime, murder rates 100-year low, and fraudsters are going to jail. And that's why today I'm rising to support the Protecting American Taxpayers Act. For years, Washington accepted fraud as the cost of doing business. The government wrote the checks, the fraudsters cashed them, and hardworking Americans were left to foot the bill. And those same hardworking Americans knew intuitively that that was driving up their cost of living. But those days are coming to an end. Under President Trump, we've seen historic momentum to root out waste, fraud, and abuse across the federal government. For the first time in a long time, Washington is shining a flashlight on the billions of taxpayer dollars disappearing through fraud, improper payments, and outright criminal activity. Now Congress has a responsibility to finish the job. The American people are asking a simple question. If Washington knows where the fraud is, why aren't we stopping it? And they're right to ask. Today, an estimated $1.4 billion is stolen from taxpayers every single day. That's money that should be strengthening our military, supporting our veterans, protecting Medicare and Social Security, or reducing the debt we're leaving to our children and our grandchildren. Instead, it's ending up in the hands of organized fraud rings, scam artists, and criminals who have learned exactly where the holes in our federal government are. We're already seeing what happens when the federal government makes fraud enforcement a priority. In one of the largest healthcare fraud takedowns in our nation's history, federal prosecutors charged hundreds of defendants accused of submitting more than $6 billion in fraudulent claims to Medicare, Medicaid, and other taxpayer-funded health programs. And the best part, people are finally going to jail. Investigators uncovered transnational criminal organizations, fraudulent medical equipment schemes, and providers accused of billing the government for services that were never provided. These weren't bookkeeping mistakes. They were sophisticated efforts to steal billions from the American taxpayer. Now, the truth is simple. Fraudsters follow the money, and for too long, Washington has rolled out the welcome mat. This legislation finally starts closing that door. The Protecting American Taxpayers Act is projected to save taxpayers $240 billion. That's $240 billion by preventing fraud before it happens, recovering stolen taxpayer dollars, and ensuring criminals are held accountable. It doesn't just respond to fraud after the fact, it helps stop it before another $1 billion walks out the door. One piece of this package that I'm proudly to see included is my WALZ Act, W-A-L-Z, the WALZ Act, named after, you guessed it, a certain governor who allowed fraud to run rampant in his state. The idea behind it is about as simple as it gets. Don't pay first and ask questions later. Kansas families don't do business that way. Small businesses don't do business that way. If you're remodeling your kitchen, you don't hand the contractor every penny before a single cabinet's installed. If you're hiring someone to fix your roof, you don't write the check before the work's finished. You pay after the job is done. Yet that's exactly the opposite of how Washington has too often operated. For years, the federal government has pushed billions of dollars out the door up front with little accountability, then acted surprised when criminals disappeared with the money. My WALZ Act simply says federal payments should be made as reimbursements after the services have actually been provided. That one simple reform closes one of the biggest loopholes that's allowed billions of taxpayer dollars to be stolen before they ever get the chance to disappear. But this package doesn't stop there. It claws back unused COVID funds, strengthens Treasury's fraud detection systems, extends the statute of limitations so pandemic fraudsters can't simply run out the clock. It protects our veterans from scammers. It combats emerging AI-generated fraud and gives law enforcement stronger tools to hold criminals accountable. Taken together, these reforms represent one of the strongest anti-fraud packages Congress has considered in years. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle spent years responding to every problem the same way, throwing more money at it. We believe the first question should be, where is the fraud? Where's the waste? Where's the abuse? And how do we stop it before asking taxpayers for another dime? This administration has created real momentum. For the first time in years, we're not just talking about fraud, we're finding it, prosecuting it, and putting criminals on notice that stealing from the American taxpayer has consequences. People are already being held accountable, and more need to be. Congress should build on that momentum by giving law enforcement and federal agencies the tools they need to keep fraudsters out of our programs and behind bars where they belong. So let's not waste this opportunity. Let's make these reforms permanent. Let's close the loopholes once and for all. Let's protect the taxpayers who fund the government, and let's send a clear message that the era of easy money for fraudsters is over. I urge every one of our colleagues to support the Protecting American Taxpayers Act. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, sir. I ask unanimous consent for the following interns in my office to be granted floor privileges until July 23rd, 2026. Anna Schaefer and David Rocket.
Without objection.
Thank you. Okay, why don't you put that up? Mr. President, I've been coming up here talking about, well, a couple of things. Let's put up this one. How much health care costs? Right now, people watching from the gallery, people watching at home, people who happen to be in here, all of us are experiencing a commonality, which is that health care is incredibly expensive. Now, by the way, you may say, nah, I got great insurance. It pays for everything. No, that's coming out of your wages. You are a successful businessman. The people you employ, when you buy them insurance, that comes out of their compensation otherwise. And that is a reality. The more you pay for health insurance, the less you get paid in your pocketbook because it's coming out of the same bucket. But if you're one of those who just are having a hard time making it happen, if we look at the things we think of as being expensive, utilities, entertainment, if you will, for the family, car payments, groceries, college tuition, it just keeps on climbing. Mortgage, more expensive than all for a family of four is health care. That is our problem. So I've been trying to address it with something that I call the MVP agenda. We, under this plan, would give up to $2,000 to a family of four in a pre-funded health savings account, and you add that to price transparency, so money in your pocket with value for the patient, the MVP plan. Seems ambitious, but seems really ambitious. But let me just put a little bit more of a point on why this is important. The average family is carrying $10,000 in credit card debt. Now, think about that. $10,000? A family is not paying that off every month. Turns out they're paying the minimum balance due. How do we know that? Because the percent of income going to credit card interest has almost tripled over the last number of years. They're paying the minimal amount, carrying a greater and greater debt in order to make ends meet. Now, they're not really making ends meet. They're just trying to get by right now. And so, Mr. President, that's what's stressing the importance of having a plan that actually addresses their needs, not some abstract, oh, can we do it in the by and by and it may make just some indirect difference. No, you can directly help a family by putting money in the pocket and coupling that with price transparency to bring value to the patient. Now, I got some good news. We did something today in the Health Committee, the committee which I chair, called the Price Tags Act. Patients deserve price tags. Roger Marshall and John Hickenlooper, senators from Kansas and Colorado, came together for a bill which my staff helped put together, and we passed it out of committee. And it is the patients deserve price tags, which is price transparency for the goods and services you purchase in the healthcare arena. Now, let's put a little bit of a point on this. I suspect the presiding officer is going to a restaurant where they don't have the price on the menu. It's like a 5-star French restaurant, if there's that many stars. And the waiter doesn't tell you the price, and if you ask the price, he looks at you like you shouldn't belong there. If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. And usually, if that's the case with my wife and me, in fact, always, we excuse ourselves after having a couple crackers and we say, thank you very much, but we have a crying baby at home. We look a little bit old for a baby. Oh, it's a grandchild. The point being, if they're not telling you the price, probably you can't afford it. Now, audience, people watching, anybody here, when was the last time you went to a hospital and you say, show me the price? Show me the price. It just doesn't happen. No, there's actually laws out there. But I can tell you, if you ask, show me the price, you're going to cause confusion. Now, I'm a doctor. I've been in this environment. Yeah, I always kind of admire, kind of chuckle. I'm a gastroenterologist, used to do colonoscopies. And so the patient's there. He's been prepped. which means that his colon has been cleaned out and he's been having diarrhea for about 6 hours. And has got a gown on that covers everything but the derriere, a thin sheet above him, and he's given a lot of pieces of paper to sign. And at that point, he has the ability to ask, how much does this colonoscopy cost? Now, that is not, you are beyond the point of no return. You are not going to find actionable items if they're even able to give you the price at that point. You've already ordered at the French restaurant where they don't show you the price, and they're bringing the food to the table, and by golly, you're going to pay for it, no matter how much it is. But we have passed the Patients Deserve Price Tags Act, and that means, that now the patient is going to be told how much something costs. If we have the health savings account, or if you're just paying cash, or in some way you are responsible for the goods and services that you are purchasing, you're going to be told the price. Why is that? Why is that important? A cardiologist friend told me recently, or a couple years ago actually, of a cardioversion for atrial fibrillation. If you did it in the doctor's office, it cost you $130. If you did it in the hospital, it cost you $13,000. Now, would it make a difference to someone if they had a $4,000 deductible to know that they either paid $130 if they went to the doctor's office, or they paid the full deductible and the insurance company paid more, but they paid 20% of that more if they went to the hospital? I think it would. So price transparency lowers the cost of being insured and increases wages over time. By the way, let's go back to our restaurant metaphor. When you go and they don't tell you the price, you kind of have a sense that no matter what you order, you're going to come out substantially poorer. But you're a little bit tight. You go in, maybe when I was a teenager on a date, this was more common, and I can either order the surf and turf with the lobster and the filet mignon, and it's going to cost me 4x of what the spaghetti cost. Now, depending on my budget, I may decide to get the spaghetti. Still have a great meal, still walk away full, nutrition's all satisfied, but because I had the price, I was able to control how much I spent. That's what price transparency does, and the Patient Deserves Price Tags Act begins to give that price transparency. Now, by the way, that promotes competition. If you know that if you get your colonoscopy here, it's $1,000, and if you get it over there, it's $5,000, I can promise you the place charging $5,000 is going to lower the price. And the patient with a pre-funded health savings account, remember in the MVP plan, they will have money in their pocket. They have an extra incentive. I've used the example of the woman whose child has an earache, and she says, "Hey, Siri, which urgent care center near me has the best after-hours price for an appointment for an earache?" Well, here it's $50, and there it's $250. She's going to go where it's $50, but the one that charges $250 is going to lower their price. Now, the advantage of this, if you combine the money in the pocket, where they have the pre-funded health savings account, with the price transparency, you begin to lower the price of being insured. The patient has the money in their pocket, but now with the Patients Deserves Price Tags Act, they can spend that money wisely. Instead of that money put into their health savings account being something that people just rip off, instead it's something that they can spend wisely. By the way, they can also begin to purchase a more affordable insurance policy. The presiding officer, probably in his businesses, you can choose option A or B or C for your insurance. If you choose the option with the higher deductible, then the premium is lower. If we've put $2,000 into your health savings account, you can choose that higher deductible because the first $2,000 is covered. And that higher deductible means that you have a lower premium. The business owner saves money. He can use it to increase wages. But the employee saves money because their share of the premium is likewise less. So I try to put it this way. If you have the Patients Deserves Price Tags Act, and we're able to put money in the pocket, and the patients choose the more affordable plan, they pay less. And if you look at the amount of money going to someone's salary, did I see that big one? This is the total compensation package that someone gets when they're employed. Now, some of it goes to payroll taxes. That's a fixed portion. That's going out of your income, nothing you can do about that. Your benefits, principally what you pay for your health insurance, is the next biggest slice. The more health care costs, the more bread you spend on benefits. The less your health care costs, the more bread goes into your salary. Now, for those of people who grew up in the 60s, bread was the word they used for money. So think about this as being something literal. You got more money in your pocket, not just because we put money into your health savings accounts, but because as you pay less for insurance, you have less money to pay out of your pocket for the insurance, and the more money you get to keep to live the rest of your life. We've been talking about people's wages not growing. Boom. That's how wages start to grow again. They begin to shrink the amount going for benefits, which increases the amount somebody has for the rest of their life. Now, this is let me just talk back to the Patients Deserves Price Tags Act. This is the most expansive, aggressive, comprehensive, patient-focused, business owner-focused piece of legislation for price transparency that has ever passed in Congress. If we pursue further health care bills, for example, reconciliation, we can move the money in your pocket portion, but this would stand on its own. A bipartisan piece of legislation that passed almost unanimously out of committee today, and which would benefit almost every American who's got employer-sponsored insurance. It's a huge first step. We will reconcile with the House, who's passed their own version of price transparency. This administration's been very aggressive promoting transparency. I am pleased to say that a significant portion of the MVP agenda passed out of committee is going to be headed to the President's desk soon. And most importantly, individuals will have more money in their pocket and better coverage for their health. Mr. President, I ask that the next portion of my speech be considered separate entities.
Without objection.
Do you have the social? Mr. President, I've been working on Social Security now 8 years. Why? One, it is a guarantee, an intergenerational guarantee made to Americans when they get to a certain age to retire. It's an earned benefit which says that after a lifetime of work and contribution, Americans can count on a measure of financial security. Today, more than 75 million Americans rely on Social Security. Most are retired workers. Many are disabled. Others are widows or widowers and children. Now, let's just set the context. A program that 75 million Americans rely on, 10 million baby boomers a day become eligible for, and in 6 years, if Congress does nothing, by law, their benefits will be cut almost 29%. So let's just say that once more. If Congress does nothing in 6 years by law, benefits going to 75 million Americans and more at that time will be cut by almost 29%. We've known this is coming. It's because there's been a continued drawdown for the Social Security Trust Fund. By law, Social Security cannot pay out more than it receives. Currently, it is receiving money from payroll taxes, but also from the trust fund. When the trust fund goes belly up in 6 years, and the only income is that which current workers are paying, then the amount going out has to fall, and it will fall 28.5% if we wait until then to fix things. I'm pleased to say, though, that there's now momentum on both sides, Republicans and Democrats, to find a solution and to preserve benefits for those who have spent their lifetimes earning them. By the way, people ask, how is Social Security going bankrupt? Well, I've been paying it my whole life. Everybody I know has been paying into it their whole life. So why is it going bankrupt now? I point out to people that when Social Security came along, I don't know, there was like 5 kids per family. And now there's like 2 kids per family. And when Social Security was first enacted, you didn't get benefits till you're 65, but the average age of death was 62. Now, people live until they're 82, and they're getting their hips replaced when they're 75 to go bungee jumping in New Zealand. So the point being is that people are living far longer, and they're living more actively, and as a result of that, we're drawing down that trust fund. So, my Democratic colleague from Illinois, Dick Durbin, he and I just introduced the Promise Act along with a group of colleagues, Republican and Democrat. And the Promise Act sets up a process. It doesn't dictate a policy. It sets up a process that puts Congress on the clock to save Social Security. What the Promise Act does, it says that Congress shall come up with multiple options to present to the Senate Finance Committee or to the Ways and Means Committee on the House in order for them to consider it, have it scored, and be delivered to Congress in order to deliberate. And then it says that the relevant committee, say Senate Finance, has 7 working days to consider it, and then it comes to the floor, and then we have a vote on it. That begs the question, why do it now? Why not wait till next Congress? Because every year we wait, it gets harder and harder to fix Social Security. The amount of cuts required or the amount of taxes to be raised are more dramatic, more drastic, and more likely to harm an individual's personal finances. We're not dictating a policy. We're just setting up a process. Now, by the way, in full honesty, I have a policy I've been working on, but my policy will be just one of several policies that will be considered. My policy, we have something in it which we call the big idea. And our big idea, we look at trust fund, we look at pension funds that are doing well, that are not going bankrupt, that are growing in line with the needs of the people whom they cover. This would be the kind of pension fund that Exxon or Google or Deloitte & Touche has. It's called a pension investment fund, in which dollars are invested at an early stage, allowed to grow, and as those dollars grow over time, they meet the need of the retirees as the retirees become eligible for pulling those dollars down. We've actually done that in the federal government. Under George W. Bush, the Federal Railroad Retirement System was going insolvent. And so Congress voted to diversify the investments of this pension fund. I think every Democrat voted for it in the Senate. 3 Republicans voted no, and the concerns they had have been proven to be wrong. Because what's happened now in the Federal Railroad Retirement System, we still have more and more retirees relative to fewer workers, but that system is in the black because it invests in the strength of the U.S. economy, and the strength of the U.S. economy has been able to pay all future obligations. That's our big idea. What has the Congress already done successfully with the Federal Railroad Retirement System? What is being done with major corporations to meet their pension benefit? Kind of what do you do with your own 401k? So if we can set up this investment fund to supplement the payroll taxes that are the primary source of funding for Social Security, we can meet that future obligation. Oh, by the way, let me go back to the Promise Act. I'm not dictating my proposal will be the answer. We're dictating a process that can be considered so that any proposal can be brought up. The presiding officer has a proposal with Senator Warren. His proposal can come up. And so it might be his proposal, or more likely it's going to be some sort of amalgamation. But the only option that should not be an option is to do nothing. Congress is, I'm searching for the right word. Congress is being irresponsible, destructively irresponsible, if we don't address Social Security, is driving our national debt. And if we cut benefits by 28%, that will double poverty among the elderly. The promised benefit will not be delivered. By the way, if all we do is borrow, it's going to tank our credit rating. So, by the way, going back to my particular plan, folks say, well, what if the stock market goes down? Under our plan, all risk is borne by the investment fund. No risk is borne by the individual. That individual gets all the benefits she's been promised, even if the market goes up and down. They ask me, is there putting the trust fund into the stock market? No way. We have a separate investment fund, separate from the Social Security Trust Fund, and that's where the investment goes. And one more thing. Folks want to say, well, wait a second. I don't trust Congress and I don't trust the president. You put a pot of money there, it's like honey to a bear. They're going to reach in and grab it. We have guardrails all over the place, including an annual audit of how the money is invested and how the money is spent or not spent. And that audit is put online so the American people can keep track of what's happening with their trust fund. I will finish by saying this, Mr. President. I like my plan. I think it's a good plan. I think it's going to make it a lot easier to address the problem. But the Promise Act is not about my plan. The Promise Act, which Dick Durbin and I introduced, is only setting up a process by which Congress is forced to take action before it gets any worse. My proposal may be the one considered. It may be the presiding officers. It may be somebody else's. The only option that should not be taken is the option of doing nothing. We need to do something. With that, I yield. Thank you.
I recognize the senator from
I ask
Tennessee.
unanimous consent to complete my remarks prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Monday, we saw yet another example of what has become disturbingly common, and that is an act of far-left terrorism. Outside the Jacob K. Javits Federal Office Building, a man poured gasoline on the entrance, set it ablaze, and tossed fireworks into the raging flames. Thankfully, law enforcement responded swiftly to apprehend the suspect, who was armed with 2 axes, a hammer, a machete, 3 knives, but not before he injured 4 innocent people. Authorities believe the attack was motivated by the suspect's hatred of immigration and customs enforcement. The federal building he targeted is home to New York's ICE field office and other Department of Homeland Security offices. Before the attack, he allegedly pushed a cart with a sign reading, "ICE off our streets," and made anti-ICE statements. This attack did not come out of nowhere. It follows a months-long campaign by Democrats to demonize ICE and our brave federal law enforcement officers who are simply doing their job. They've likened them to secret police, the Nazi Gestapo, the Soviet KGB, slave patrols. They've called them a clear and present danger, a reign of terror, and nondescript thugs. They've accused them of mayhem and death, terror and violence, and scarring the American public. These are not statements from fringe figures. This is what is so astounding. These are statements from prominent governors, senators, and lawmakers calling our federal law enforcement and ICE these names. The vilification of federal law enforcement is now central to the Democrats' identity and their messaging. Look at the proposals by the Democrat Socialists of America. They would do away with ICE. They believe that by attacking our officers, they can get at President Trump. And in reality, what they're doing is putting a target on the officers' backs. I have to admit that I was surprised when New York's far-left socialist mayor, Zoran Mandami, called Monday's attack deeply disturbing. In many ways, he has led the attack on ICE. He's called ICE and I'm quoting here, a cruel agency that does nothing to further the interests of public safety and too rotten to reform, end quote. He claimed that they're terrorizing people and should be abolished. He even signed an order to block ICE officers from arresting criminal illegal aliens in schools, shelters, and hospitals. While Democrats bow to the radical base, Republicans are continuing to stand for the rule of law. Under President Trump's leadership, we have focused on ensuring that our federal law enforcement agencies have all the resources they need to do their jobs. It's why we passed the Secure America Act. That is a landmark law that will fund ICE and Border Patrol through the end of President Trump's term. That way, federal law enforcement officers can continue to track down the violent, criminal, illegal aliens that Joe Biden brought into this country through that porous southern border. It's important to remember that every single Democrat voted against the law. Every single one voted against funding ICE and Border Patrol. Whenever they have the chance, they put illegal aliens in front of American citizens. They keep working overtime to try to make illegal legal. They want to return to Biden's open border, but as long as Republicans are in charge, that will never happen. I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Daniel Mack Traynor of North Dakota to the United States Circuit Judge for the 8th Circuit, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Daniel Mack Traynor of North Dakota to be United States Circuit Judge for the 8th Circuit shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Mr. Armstrong. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Blackburn, Capito, Crapo, Grassley, Husted, Lankford, Moran, Moreno, Tillis, Tuberville. Ms. Ernst? Aye. Senators voting in the negative: Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gallego, Kelly, Kim, King, Murray, Rosen, Schiff, Smith. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Totally. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Graham, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Yes, sir. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Miss Also Brooks, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Sheehy, Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee. Aye. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schumer. No.
The yeas are 51, the nays 46. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Daniel Mack Trainer of North Dakota to be United States Circuit Judge for the 8th Circuit.
Mr. President.
The senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, Americans are worried that the money in their pockets will not cover the increasing cost of gas and groceries and housing or health care. Meanwhile, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is worried that the money in Americans' pockets don't currently have his face or his signature on them. You know, in 2020, Congress passed a law to produce new coins to celebrate America's 250th anniversary. In that law, we wrote that the coin should be emblematic of our 250th anniversary, the U.S. semi-quincentennial. The celebration of 250 years of the vision of a democratic republic, of a government by and for the people, of our values as a free people, with the rights of free speech and free assembly, free expression. Well, certainly this we know, that the symbol of putting a sitting president or leader on a coin is not a symbol of a democratic republic. It is a symbol of an authoritarian strongman. Now, if we turn the clock back to the year 44 BC, Julius Caesar was emperor, and he decided to have a coin with his face on it. And he was the first to do so. It was a radical departure from Roman tradition, and it alarmed the Senate. It was viewed widely as a blatant display of personal power, personal authoritarian power. And if you miss the point, on the backside of this coin, it had the words dict perpetuo, dictator in perpetuity, or dictator forever. That's what it represents to put your face on a coin. And then, at the time our nation was founded, and again we're celebrating the 250th anniversary of that vision, King George III, put his face on a coin, on the silver sixpence. And it was viewed as, with Julius Caesar and the emperors who followed him, as an expression of authoritarian personal power. Does our Constitution provide for an authoritarian structure of government where power flows down from the king to the people? I think not. It flows up from the people through elections. And that's why putting your face on a coin just is absolutely wrong, and why it violates the very premise of the law that created permission to have this 250th anniversary coin. The design that Trump has come up with, that of a fake gold coin with his face on it, violates the law that we passed. It's widely out of sync with the values of our nation. It's widely out of sync with our history and our best traditions. So these coins should never be made. And if made, they should never be distributed. It is part of a long list of this authoritarian would-be strongman dictator president trying to stamp his name onto every public place available, renaming the Kennedy Center for himself, renaming the U.S. Institute of Peace for himself, hanging dear leader-sized North Korean-style banners on the sides of the buildings here in Washington, D.C., putting his face onto the passports, putting his face onto the national park passes, naming a class of warships after himself, insisting that it be his signature, not the Treasury Secretary's signature, on the currency, planning to build a massive triumphal arch to himself. And let's not forget, tearing down the People's House, the east wing of the White House, to build his gold-plated, billion-dollar ballroom boondoggle. I say to my colleagues, whether they sit to the left of the aisle or to the right of the aisle, didn't we take the same oath to the same Constitution? Didn't we pledge ourselves to sustaining a democratic republic, not a strongman state? So I urge you, join together, D's and R's together, to defend our Constitution, to defend the vision of government by and for the people. And if we want to turn to the opinion of George Washington 250 years ago, what was his opinion? He was strongly opposed to having his portrait put on coins. Why? Because he considered it a king-like act completely out of sync with the vision of the nation we were founding. Washington's example has endured for 250 years. Until now. Well, my colleagues may say that, well, there was one exception. One exception in 1926 when there was a coin of George Washington, and behind him there was the outline of a face of President Calvin Coolidge. But it wasn't Calvin Coolidge on the phone. On the coin, it wasn't his portrait. He wasn't alone, and you'd have to be really knowledgeable to know that that outline hanging in the background happened to be Calvin Coolidge. Well, this is quite different. This is a full-on Caesar-style, King George III-style self-ego amplification that just doesn't fit with the United States of America. So Congress should immediately pass the Change Corruption Act, which I've introduced with Senator Cortez Masto, and to ban all coins from featuring the image or signature of the sitting U.S. president or living former presidents, aimed at the principle involved, not aimed simply at President Trump. You know, families need foundations to thrive. Foundations like health care, housing, education, and good paying job. What they don't need is to have President Trump's face on fake gold Trump bucks. So instead of putting his face on our money like a king, let's ask our president to focus on putting money back in the pockets of working Americans. Let's honor 250 years of government by and for the people. Let's prohibit this Caesar-esque, King George III, Louis XIV style of displaying authoritarianism. Let's pass the Change Corruption Act. So, Mr. President, I ask, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, that there be unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of my bill, the Change Corruption Act, which is at the desk, that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Objection.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object.
The senator from Wyoming.
I have been very proud to work with my colleagues and very much want to continue to work with my colleagues to make our currency work better for all Americans. And that is why a year ago this month, Republicans passed the Working Families Tax Cut Act. It did exactly what my friend from Oregon just asked us for, to concentrate on how we can make our currency and our country work better for the American people. That's why we passed no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security benefits, so we can help the very working families that are struggling in this economy. And millions of Americans have taken advantage of the benefits provided them in the Working Families Tax Cut. Not a single Democrat voted for that bill, not one. So instead of focusing on what is on our nation's currency, I would urge my Democratic colleagues to join Republicans and focus on pocketbook issues that impact all Americans. I might add, interestingly, that I too was thinking, wow, why would we build an arch in Washington, D.C., or near Washington, D.C.? That sounds a little French to me, like the Champs-Élysées. And I found out it's been planned for years. It wasn't planned by President Trump to self-aggrandize. It's been planned for years and nobody built it. But President Trump talks to his friends who are willing to open their pocketbooks to do things that haven't been done previously, that have been planned in our nation's capital. And when we recognize the risk that we now put our presidents in when we have large events like the National Press Club, press dinner at the Hilton Hotel here in town, where an attacker with guns was just about to enter a room full of elected officials and cabinet secretaries and the president and the vice president and their spouses and shoot the place up, The president recognizes we have to have a secure ballroom that we can use to entertain foreign dignitaries, to have special events, that has special bulletproof glass that's very expensive on the windows, that you have to have a foundation structure that will support all that because it's very heavy. The design is so complementary to the White House. The design is very much in keeping with the historic facade of the White House. It's going to be safer for elected officials and visiting dignitaries. It's going to be elegant, and it's going to be befitting of the White House campus that it sits on in celebration of our 250th anniversary. Come on, let's quit attacking the person who holds the office of president every day with every bill, and maybe think about what he's doing for the American people with non-taxpayer money to make Washington, D.C. something we can be totally proud of, safe, clean, and beautiful. And why don't we, as a Congress, focus on ways to make Americans' lives better so they can keep more of their own money, so they can self-determine how they spend it, so they can maybe buy a house or help their kids buy a car or help the kids buy an education. You do that by keeping more of their dollars in their own pockets. That's what we did last summer with the working families tax cut provision, and we can do it again this year. So, Mr. President, I would encourage my Democrat colleagues and friends to join us in helping the American people instead of obsessing about who's in the White House right now. So, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard. The senator from Oregon.
I so enjoy working with my colleague from Wyoming, but I did notice that her speech had nothing to do with my point that sitting presidents don't belong on coins because it's an authoritarian symbol. And I also noticed that her description of the bill passed last year involved changing the name of it. Trump called it the Big Beautiful Bill, and it became widely ridiculed because it cut nutrition and it cut health care to fund tax breaks for the very richest Americans. It had nothing to do with working Americans. In fact, when you take the impact of the health care cuts and the nutrition cuts, the little small crumbs on the table that were sprinkled to the less affluent Americans don't make up for the cuts to health care and nutrition, so they come out the losers. It was a families lose and mega millionaires win bill. And I'm happy to debate that all day long. I realize they renamed it because it was such a horrific attack on ordinary people and, quite frankly, an embarrassment. So I do support my colleague's vision of fighting for families. But to fight for families, we don't need legislation that as families lose and billionaires win. We need legislation that as families thrive. And the affluent, they pay their fair share. Their marginal tax as a percent of their income is a tiny fraction of what the working American pays. You know, in any sane system, the richest Americans would pay a higher percent of their income in taxes, not a lower percent. But these are disagreements that I'm sure we'll continue to debate. And I know my colleague is not planning to run for re-election and won't be here next year. I'm going to miss that a great deal. But we still have time and several other things that we're working on together, and maybe that's the topic we'll switch to in our next conversation. Thank you.
The senator from Rhode Island. Oh.
I'm sorry. I thought the UC was concluded. Okay. I yield back for the purposes of Senator Lemus's parliamentary step here.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent, notwithstanding Rule 22, that the post-cloture time with respect to the trainer nomination be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination immediately following disposition of the motion to discharge S.J. Res. 180, or at 12 noon if no motion is made. Further, that it be in order for Senator Van Hollen or his designee to make a motion to discharge S.J. Res. 180 from the Foreign Relations Committee.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, July 23rd, that following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, if Senator Van Hollen or his designee makes a motion to discharge S.J. Res. 180 from Foreign Relations Committee, the Senate vote on the motion to discharge at 11:30 a.m. Further, at 1:45 p.m., the Senate execute the order of Tuesday, July 21st, with respect to the Pozos nomination. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during tomorrow's session of the Senate, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order, following the remarks of my Democratic colleagues.
Without objection. The senator from Rhode Island.
I won't speak long. David Rosner has died. You probably never heard of him, but I knew him. His research, along with his colleague Jerry Markowitz, helped expose the role of the lead paint industry in poisoning millions of children. He was a great public health researcher. Here's his book with Jerry Markowitz, which I just took down from my Senate bookshelf where I keep it. Deceit and Denial, the Deadly Politics of Industrial Pollution. David had smarts, and he had discipline, and he had guts. The smarts made him and Jerry path-breaking researchers. The discipline made their research incontrovertible. And the guts helped him weather the response all too common from American industry when faced with inconvenient truths. To lie, to bully, to disparage. Well, that behavior did not defeat David. His work stands. As I said, I won't speak long. I will instead ask unanimous consent that 3 obituaries appear in the congressional record appended to these remarks. One is his obituary in The Lancet, the distinguished medical publication. The second is a reminiscence by his professional peer, Bruce Lanphier, and the last is a Substack reminiscence by his daughter, Molly. David was a special man. He did special work. I was proud to have worked with him. I ask that unanimous consent.
Without objection.
I thank the chair. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today to once again try to end President Trump's war of choice in Iran. We're nearly 5 months into this war with no end in sight. President Trump and Pete Hegseth have spent at least $37.5 billion on a war that Americans overwhelmingly oppose. Americans are footing the bill with their tax dollars and at the pump as higher prices continue. We've lost 18 American service members, with hundreds more wounded. My heart is with the military families who are grieving the loss of a loved one. Now, after months of chaos, Secretary Hegseth wants Congress to sign off on nearly $70 billion for this illegal war. Nearly $70 billion more of our money to fund a war that Americans did not choose. That's $70 billion that we could be using to bring down the cost of housing and help folks get their foot in the door to buy their very first home. That's $70 billion that we could be using to help families afford childcare and allow parents to get back to work. And that's $70 billion that we could be using to lower Americans' health insurance premiums, fund our rural hospitals, or put some of the damage from Republicans' cuts to Medicaid to rest. In other words, restore that money. Instead, this president wants nearly $70 billion for a war that's spiraling further out of control. That is his priority, not Americans' housing costs or insurance premiums, but rather a war across the globe that nobody asked for. Even worse, we are 5 months into this war, and this administration refuses to give us straight answers about when this conflict will end. It does not have to be this way. It's clear the only way to stop this war and find a political solution through diplomacy and tough negotiations is for Congress to force President Trump's hand. He started this war, and he's clearly incapable of ending it on his own. So on behalf of all of our constituents who are paying the price, I urge my Republican colleagues to join us in bringing an end to this war before another American life is lost. I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island. Oregon, I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Thank you. This senator appreciates your pronunciation of my home state, which people across America have a hard time often figuring out. But Mr. President, I'm here tonight joining my colleague from Wisconsin on a very serious topic, that our nation is at war, that our service members are dying, that for everyone who dies, so many are injured. A war that is absolutely hurting us in every possible way. Operation Epic Fury has become Operation Epic Failure. On February 28th, President Trump and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu launched this unconstitutional war against Iran. President Trump was asked, how long would this last? He said, 4 or 5 weeks. And he talked about how our overwhelming military power would produce Iranian leaders who would plead for an unconditional surrender. 16 weeks later, the war is still going on, but then there was an agreement to an outline, a 14-point outline of a ceasefire agreement. But because it was just an outline, because the countries hadn't worked out their different understandings of the points, just as President Trump completely blotched the war, he completely blotched the negotiation. So, it was back to war. President Trump announced new strikes on Iran. And we're now in the 21st week of that 4 to 5 week war. Time and time again, leaders think they can launch a war and make a series of assumptions that prove to be wrong. And here we are again. We were wrong with the assumption you could occupy Afghanistan and build something resembling a modern democratic nation. We were wrong in spending our resources to attack Iraq, which was a counterbalance to Iran, and undid this balance in a way that created Iranian influence through an arc that extended clear across to Lebanon. You know, our Constitution clearly assigns the question of war to Congress. So, to my Republican colleagues, why aren't you insisting that Congress make this decision rather than the President? Madison summarized, the Constitution supposes what the history of all governments demonstrates, that the executive is the branch of power most interested in war, most prone to it. The Constitution has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war in the legislative branch. That's us. That's us. It's not the President. And the reasoning was that an executive can too easily make assumptions that something will be quick and easy, but you're committing the lives of our citizens. You're committing the treasure of the nation. And that should require careful consideration. One person alone, our founder said, should not be able to take a republic to war. That's what kings do. That's what authoritarian strongmen do. But we are not, need I remind you, a strongman authoritarian state. At least we are not by our Constitution. We are a democratic republic. So let's start acting like it, and let's start honoring the structure of our Constitution. That structure assigns the power of the purse to Congress. So every single senator should be down here protesting when the president cancels a program that has been authorized and funded. Every single senator should be down here protesting when the president creates a slush fund to do projects that are not authorized and not funded. That's our responsibility. But unfortunately, this chamber has failed, for the most part, to defend its role and to defend the Constitution. We did have a concurrent resolution under the War Powers Act that directed the President to remove U.S. forces from hostilities with Iran. But the majority has acted like we didn't actually pass it, and the President has acted like it wasn't passed. And the majority has failed to protest to the President that he's not respecting the fact it was passed. If you can't stand behind the acts of this chamber, if you can't stand behind the Constitution, then how far off track are we as a nation? We just got through with a conversation about the fact that this Congress asked for a coin to be minted that reflected the values of our nation upon our 250 years since our Declaration of Independence. But instead, Trump did what dictators do. Just as Caesar broke Roman tradition to put his face on a coin and to declare dictator forever, dictator in perpetuity. Just as King George III put his face on a coin to reflect that power came from him down to the people rather than flowing up from the people. That's a mega difference between an authoritarian state and a democratic republic. The consequences of Trump's war of choice and the consequences of the Republican leadership's failure to exert their constitutional responsibility to end the President Trump's war of choice is that 18 service members are dead. And hundreds of Americans are badly injured. Thousands of Iranian civilians are dead, including a whole lot of children. Many of whom died from a strike by America, by Trump's team, on a girls' elementary school. The war strengthened Iran's hardliners. That's what happens when you assassinate the religious leaders and the political leaders. People rally to their country. It weakened Iran's reformers who wanted to see a different path for their nation. It enriched Russia. In fact, President Trump proceeded to say that we would no longer enforce the restriction on Russian sale of oil so they could sell at the world price. Billions and billions of dollars flowed into Russia because of this war. Billions and billions of dollars that can be used in the war against Ukraine. That is a war started by a dictatorship against a democratic republic that we should be standing with. We should be standing with the people of Ukraine, not enriching Russia to buy more weapons to attack them. The taxpayers, they're certainly losers. $40 billion of national treasure was the estimate given to us yesterday from the Secretary of Defense. And by all estimates, that doesn't include repairing all of the facilities damaged throughout the Middle East that the U.S. is involved in. Before the war, the Strait of Hormuz was open. Now it's closed. That certainly doesn't benefit us or the world. It's driven up the cost of gas. It's driven up the inflation rate. So Americans, in addition to $40 billion of their collective treasure, are paying out of their pocket so much more at the pump. The price in Oregon has been over $5 a gallon. Farmers, they've lost too. They were already hit hard by the tariffs, but now they're hit by the high diesel prices to operate their machinery and by the high cost of fertilizer, all of which could be envisioned if there had been a debate here over whether we should go to war with Iran. We would have heard from the experts who would say, you understand, the Strait of Hormuz is a very narrow channel, and Iran has cruise missiles that can proceed to hit ships in the strait, so they have cards to play. We would have debated that if we'd had that debate and carried forth our constitutional responsibility. We would have observed that that would have a horrific impact on American families. We would have observed that it would have a terrible impact on American farmers. But we didn't observe that because we didn't hold the debate. But, say you, did we not hold oversight hearings, at least? Not a single one. Another failure of our constitutional responsibilities. This group of senators, through the committees, not a single oversight hearing of the war. President Trump promised to lower prices and end wars, but he has raised prices and he has started a war. Trump posted on Truth Social, from this point forward, anytime the Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. will bomb and destroy a bridge or a power plant, including those located in or next to the capital city of Tehran. From the beginning, President Trump thought the power to bomb was his ace up his sleeve. Is President Trump a strategic analyst of wars? No, he just had this instinct, his gut, saying we have more bombs than they do, so they will fold. But he was wrong. And through this campaign, he just keeps repeating the same thing. They don't do what we want, we'll bomb them even more. We'll bomb them even more. The echo, time and time and time again. In the beginning, Trump said this war was one we entered because Bibi Netanyahu was going to bomb Iran anyway, and there'd be retaliation, so we might as well join the war with him. That was a justification for the United States going to war. Eventually, he got around to saying, this is about the nuclear materials and making sure that they don't make a nuclear bomb. Our Director of National Intelligence had been very clear that Iran had never made a decision to build a bomb. And the basic measures to prevent them from having a bomb, getting rid of their highly enriched uranium, moving it out of their country under international supervision, having the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Association, monitor everything they do, dismantle their plutonium nuclear reactor. All those measures were already done by an international agreement supported by 5 major powers: Britain and France and China and Russia and the United States, all together insisting that these measures were necessary to make sure Iran never got a bomb. So they did all those things. They dismantled their nuclear reactor, their plutonium nuclear reactors, called the Arak reactor. And they proceeded to ship their highly enriched uranium out. And they let in all the inspectors. And they followed all the rules on the centrifuges. And who tore up that agreement? and created a pathway for Iran to potentially covertly pursue a bomb, that man is President Trump. So President Trump destroys the international agreement that prevents pursuit of a nuclear weapon and then proceeds to start a war to achieve the same result. And then he discovers the war doesn't work, so he has a 14-point plan. Well, that plan kind of was jaw-dropping, particularly to my Republican colleagues. It called for America to organize an international Marshall Plan for Iran with some $300+ billion of help. It called for immediate access for Iran to some $24 billion of funds, after they had spent a decade complaining about Iran gaining access to $1.5 billion under the previous agreement of its own money. What's $1.5 billion compared to the hundreds of billions of dollars that Trump was providing to Iran in the 14-point agreement? Now we're hearing reports. Homes have been hit, schools have been hit, hospitals have been hit. We're taking out bridges. The president's bragging about doing that. There was a report that 2 desalination plants had been hit in Iran. We don't have confirmation of it. I asked the chairman of the Joint Chiefs Staff yesterday if indeed we had targeted or hit desalination plants. He said he didn't know, but that he would get back to us. So I'm looking forward to getting that information. And why is that important? Because the targeting of a desalination plant is widely considered to be a war crime. So I hope those reports are wrong. Why is it a war crime? Because destroying access to drinkable water, and one of these plants was reported to serve some 10,000 people in 20 villages, is considered unacceptable under international law. That's why it's a war crime, because it's not a strategic military objective, unless forcing people to have no access to water is a war strategy, which it is not. I hope that report is wrong. I hope it's not the case that we targeted desalination plants. Iran is reported to have targeted a desalination plant as well. So the war is potentially devolving here as we're hitting more and more things that affect civilian life, as well as having killed thousands of civilians directly. The laws of war prohibit attacks on objects indispensable to civilian survival, including water and food. So where are we? Trump now claims the main mission of this war is to stop Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. But Iran's highly enriched uranium that it only has because he tore up the agreement that prevented them from having that is buried deep underground. So there's no easy way to extract it. If there's no easy way to extract it, how was this war supposed to solve that? And so the administration now believes negotiations are essential to be able to withdraw it, that there's no military answer. Maybe if we'd had a debate here in Congress, we would have discussed the fact that there was no military strategy that would result in the extraction of that highly enriched uranium, that it would have to be done by agreement. So we're in the 5th month of Trump trying to bomb his way to an answer. The 5th month of that strategy failing. Negotiators and facilitators of negotiators have proceeded to suggest a 10-day ceasefire to enable return to try to work out some of the details from that previous 14-point outline to solve this war. I support that effort. because the path we're on is hurting America in every possible way and hurting a whole lot of civilians overseas. So let's embrace and exercise our constitutional responsibility and pass Senator Van Hollen's War Powers Resolution to end this reckless war of choice. And if the President ignores it after we have passed it, then let's collectively insist on defending the role of the Senate and House under our Constitution to be the place where the decisions are made about going to war. It's time that we honor our responsibility. And I know there's a lot of members who don't want to have that debate because they're afraid they'll get it wrong. They'll make a vote for war and it will be a disaster, or they'll vote against war and their constituents will disagree. But shirking the responsibility is unacceptable. So strap your big boy pants on and do the work we were elected under our Constitution to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, 3 years. For 3 years, the people of Sudan have lived through an unimaginable nightmare, a hell. 3 years of the worst raging war on our planet, 3 years of displacement, 3 years of starvation, 3 years of children growing up surrounded by violence instead of possibility. And perhaps what is most shocking is not only the horror that is unfolding in Sudan, it's how little of the world seems to be paying attention. 20 years ago, the horrors of Darfur captured the conscience of the international community. The world declared never again. Yet today, another generation of Sudanese civilians is being terrorized while the world looks away. Since April 2023, the Sudanese armed forces and the Rapid Support Forces have waged an unimaginably brutal war for power. But it is not those fighting for power who've paid the ultimate price. It's ordinary people, mothers, fathers, children, families. This war has become the world's worst humanitarian crisis, period. Entire communities have been cut off from food and medicine and life-saving humanitarian assistance. Large parts of the country are experiencing severe food insecurity, with some areas facing outright famine and famine-like conditions. Women, children, families, journalists, aid workers, civilians of every kind have endured horrific violations of human rights and human dignity. Consider what this war has done. More than 15 million people have been driven from their homes. More than 4 million have fled Sudan altogether. More than 30 million people now depend on humanitarian assistance simply to survive. And nearly 19 million children, roughly 90% of Sudan's school-aged children, have lost access to formal education. Think about that. An entire generation is being robbed not only of their safety, but of their future. The United States has determined that the Rapid Support Forces have committed war crimes, crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. The Sudanese armed forces have also committed horrific war crimes. The Trump administration has maintained that the genocide determination against the RSF is correct. 2 administrations, 2 declarations of an ongoing genocide. None of this, though, is inevitable. None of this war is inevitable. The war is continuing because outside actors continue to arm it, continue to finance it, and continue to sustain it. Every weapon that enters Sudan prolongs this crisis and the suffering of the Sudanese people. Yet despite the staggering scale of this crisis, the Trump administration terminated bilateral humanitarian assistance to Sudan. And despite the need for sustained American leadership, the Trump administration has still not appointed a special envoy for Sudan. The people of Sudan deserve more than divided attention. They deserve more than the American public looking the other way. They deserve focused American leadership in this time of crisis. Today, the warning lights are flashing all over the city of El Bodid. We've seen the crisis already when it comes to El Fasher and the horrors that existed there but now we see the pattern starting again in another major community. We know this pattern. First, roads are cut. Then humanitarian aid is blocked. Then electricity disappears. Then water disappears. Communications are shut down and disappear, and civilians are trapped. And then the killing begins. Strategically located between Darfur and Khartoum, El Obeid has become the RSF's next major target. It is home to nearly 1 million people. They are at risk again. Most roads into and out of El Obeid have already been cut off. Only one major route remains, and it has come already under repeated drone attacks. Those attacks are growing more frequent and more destructive. Water systems, power plants, telecommunication infrastructure, health facilities, the very infrastructure civilians depend on to survive is under assault. We know this story and we know how it ends. It is a call to the conscience of all of humanity and a conscience to this country. The only question now is, will we act before history repeats itself in this city of 1 million people? The head of the United Nations fact-finding mission for Sudan warned, and I quote, "The patterns we documented in Al-Fashir, including encirclement, attacks on civilian infrastructure, restrictions on humanitarian access, and widespread abuses against civilians, serve as a stark warning. The international community must heed these lessons and act to prevent further catastrophe." The warning has been issued. The question is whether we will listen. Because we know what happened in Al-Fashir. Families were hunted down house by house. Civilians were massacred at an unimaginable rate. Women were subjected to horrific sexual abuse. Children were caught between the shelling and the starvation. Thousands and thousands were killed. People who stayed were killed. People who tried to flee were killed. And the tragedy is this: none of it came without a warning. The warning signs were there. The intelligence was there. The risk was known, but the urgency was not. We cannot allow history to repeat itself in El Obeid, nor can we allow the violence consuming Sudan to continue simply because it has fallen from the world's headlines, fallen or never been in the U.S. headlines. Mr. President, I traveled to the Chad-Sudan border. As this crisis raged, I went there to witness with my own eyes. I met humanitarian workers forced to make impossible choices because they simply did not have enough food, medicine, or resources for the overwhelming need before them. I met mothers carrying children who were obviously malnourished. I met families who had watched their loved ones be murdered. I met survivors of horrific sexual violence. I met people surviving on grass because there was simply nothing left to eat. I saw what seemed like an ocean of humanity in desperation. Those images will stay with me for a lifetime. The conversations are seared into my memory. The cries for help, not just from those who were suffering as victims, but from the aid workers themselves, from Americans themselves, for all of us to do more, to pay attention. Even when the United States increased humanitarian assistance, Under the last administration, during the first 2 years of the war, the need still exceeded the resources available. Yet, as the crisis deepened, the new Trump administration chose to terminate or allow bilateral humanitarian programs in Sudan to expire. While the administration's contributions of $200 million to the UN-managed humanitarian fund is important, it's not nothing, but it is nowhere near enough to meet the scale of this catastrophe. The reality on the ground demands far more from our nation than expressions of concern. It demands action. This is why I call on the Trump administration to restore and increase life-saving humanitarian assistance to the people of Sudan. That is why the United States and our partners must increase pressure on the outside actors who continue to fuel this conflict. That is why I introduced a bipartisan resolution calling on the United Nations Security Council to fully enforce the existing Darfur arms embargo and expand it to cover all Sudan and hold accountable anyone who breaks that embargo. I urge my colleagues in this body to join me in supporting this effort, to not turn away from this crisis, to stand as America has stood in past generations and call out the crisis and answer the call of humanity to lead to end it. It is too long overdue. This administration, I demand that Donald Trump appoint a special envoy to Sudan. It's required by the law of this body for him to do so, and the people of Sudan deserve an American diplomat whose full attention is dedicated to ending this war, not one whose focus is divided upon multiple crises. The biggest humanitarian crisis on the planet Earth demands that we have a special envoy. If not this, then what? If not now, then when? If the staggering human suffering is not enough to compel action, then the growing threat to regional stability should be. But I hope we don't act because this instability threatens our interests alone, even though it does. I hope we act because humanity demands it. History has a way of asking really difficult questions. Where were you? What did you know? And what did you do? No one will be able to say that we did not know about this crisis, that we did not know children are starving by the thousands upon thousands, that we did not know civilians are being massacred at rates and levels seen nowhere else on the planet Earth. That genocide wasn't declared by the United Nations simply or some outside agency, that our own government has declared it a genocide. And now another city of 1 million people stands at the edge of a catastrophe. The call of humanity now is who will act. Indifference has never saved a single life, but has condemned millions. Silence has never stopped the genocide, but it has allowed them to continue. Sympathy without action is impotency and failure. The people of Sudan deserve more. They deserve our action. They deserve our focus. They deserve our urgency. They deserve a nation of people in solidarity to say this should never exist amongst humanity. It should never exist in our world. This is not just a call for the full weight of the international community. It's a call for who has led the international community since World War II. We have been the nation that has answered the call on so many occasions. We have been the nation united in our conviction that such horrors and atrocities should not exist. It has been American compassion that has led other nations to move. It has been American urgency that has led other nations to move. It has been American leadership that has helped to end crises across the world. It has risen to meet the AIDS crisis. It has risen to help people in natural disasters. We are the United States of America. The test of our values is not how much we preach them, but how much we live them. Core at the faith of our nation is to love thy neighbor. And who is your neighbor? The people of Sudan are our neighbors. They are part of our human family. There are children and families now calling to God. But it's not up to some deity to answer that call. It's up to his children to do so. Another city is in peril. The horrors that might emerge in these coming days will rage again, and thousands upon thousands could die, or we can act. Let's not wait until another massacre to discover our conscience. Let our nation rise to its truth. Let our nation rise to this crisis. In this dark time, let our nation be a light unto the world. Let us act now. May we act now. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Good.